Meeting of the closed session of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Narenheim,
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein,
Here.
Councilmember Kelly Jedovich,
Here.
Councilmember Obaji is absent, Councilmember Barron,
Here.
Councilmember Obaji is here, Mayor Light.
Here, and Councilmember Obaji just appeared out of nowhere. Okay, do we have any blue folder items for our,
None for closed
Closed
session.
okay? Let's see, and any member of the public wish to address the council on items in the closed session or other non-agenda items?
We do not have anyone on Zoom, and there are no e-comments for closed session.
Okay, could you mind reading off what we're going to cover under closed session?
Of course, as authorized by the government code and on the published agenda, the following items will be discussed in closed session. Item F1, conference with the real property negotiator. The property is International Boardwalk, Suite 160, a portion of APN 7503-029-902. Items F2 through F9 are under the title Conference with Legal Counsel Existing Litigation. For item F2, the name of the case is Yes in My Backyard, a California nonprofit corporation, Sandra Trout, an individual, versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 25 inclusive, case number 23TRC P00325. For F3, the name of the case is City of Redondo Beach et al. Versus California State Water Resources Control Board, case number 20STC P03193. For F4, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA LLC and Leonid Postonikov versus City of Redondo Beach and City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, case number 22TRC P00203. For F5, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development et al., case number 23STC P00426. For F6, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23STC B10146. For F7, the name of the case is the name of the case is 9300 Wilshire LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23STC P02189. For F8, the name of the case is in regards to 9300 Wilshire LLC, bankruptcy City Cal case number 223-BK-10918-ER. And for item F9, the name of the case is Catherine Garcia versus City of Redondo Beach Police Department, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 24STC V19409. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager Witsansky, who will be talking to these in closed session.
Yes, Mayor. This evening, for all items, myself, City Attorney Mike Webb, and I believe Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For item F1, we will be joined by Brian Campbell, our outside leasing agent, as well as Greg Kapovich, our Waterfront and Economic Development Director. And then for item F9, we will be joined by Phil Toomey, outside legal counsel, Diane Strickfadden, our Human Resources Director, and then Alina with our City Attorney's Office as well.
No one else for F2 to F8?
I don't believe we'll have anybody for those items tonight.
Okay. Thank you. Could I get a motion to adjourn to closed session? We did that.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion. Can I get a second? Second. Okay, motion and a second. All for it?
Aye.
Okay, we are adjourning to closed session. We'll be back on or about 6 p.m. to open session. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kaluta-Jedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji. Here. Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here. Let's see, City Manager Wojciechowski, anything to announce from closed session?
Yes, one this evening, Mayor. Under the matter listed on F9, the City Council unanimously authorized the city attorney to defend the city in the case.
Okay, thank you. Do you need to read anything there? I don't think so. Okay. So can I get a motion to adjourn to our regular meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, all for?
Aye.
Okay. So now I'm calling to order the open session of the regular meeting. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kaluta-Jedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, if we have any veterans or active duty military in our audience, please stand to be recognized for your service. Thank you. Okay, now let us all stand for the salute to the flag and remain standing for a moment of silence afterward. I'd like to call up Luca, who will lead us in the pledge. Luca, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. My name is Luca. I'm a senior at Redondo Union High School. My favorite subject in school is the Marine Corps Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, as you can probably see. I love to surf, skate, and run in Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, if you could remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Luca. Way to use that command book. Come on up. Thank you.
Nicely done. Thank you. Good work, sir. Sorry, we stayed in a bit of a different cadence there. All right.
It's our first one with a uniform.
I know.
I know, this is special.
I feel underdressed.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well done.
He has great posture.
Okay, announcements. We have no presentations or proclamations, so we'll go straight to announcements by the council. Councilmember Nierenheim.
I have no announcements other than wish everyone a happy Labor Day, because we won't be meeting again until September. You have a few weeks off. And that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Light. One announcement, and that is the August District 2 Community Meeting will be held a week from tomorrow evening, August 28th, 6 to 7:30 on Zoom. Register at redondo.org. Under District 2, I'll be joined by Community Development Director Mark Weiner and by one or two members of Public Safety as we talk about Measure FP, the general obligation bond that will be in front of voters November 5th of this year. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalujerovich.
Yes, just a few. I wanted to thank all the commissioners that came down to interview last meeting. I also had the opportunity to interview some youth commissioners, and it was very inspiring. I'm very excited about having the Youth Commission back up and running. Welcome back to school tomorrow, parents, kids. I got to stand in for the mayor to welcome back all the teachers at Redondo Union High School on Monday. The energy was amazing. They had the band playing, they had cheerleaders there. I was a little jealous of the energy that brought. And my
We should have
district,
that before each council
I
meeting.
do, maybe we can have that discussion, that we could have the cheerleaders in, maybe do a little, rally before we have these discussions. My district meeting will be online this Thursday, August 29th, 6 p.m. You can register at redondo.org. We'll be discussing strategic plan items for the upcoming year, as well as bonds and answering other questions that residents have. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
All right, thank you, Mayor. My community meeting will be on Thursday, August 29th also at 6:30 PM. I announced that a long time ago, but no, it's all good. My guest will be Community Services Director Elizabeth House. We'll talk about everything community services related, from our senior services to our youth services, after-school program, playground program, all the pickleball courts and the like in the city. And that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Barron.
No announcements tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, I have one on top of the other ones that were made here tonight. I got to attend the South Bay Parkland Conservancy Volunteer Appreciation Day at Wilderness Park. It was a beautiful day. Just to let the community know they're doing a lot of planting out there. Just this year so far, they planted 1,671 plants with 1,311 volunteers and 117 events. And last year, over the whole year, they planted 2,802 plants, 1,800 volunteers, and 236 events. So that's a lot of work getting done across the community. And they announced they got a grant for $40,000 for the pollinators, the monarch butterfly in Wilderness Park. So they're bringing money to the city as well. So well done, SBPC. That's it. So we'll move on to item E, approve order of agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all four?
All right.
Okay, thank you. Okay, item G, we have no agency recess, so we're going straight to G, blue folder items.
Yes, Mayor, we have quite a few. J1, non-agenda items, we have public communications, and one related to the introduction of the ordinance for voter outreach plan and ranked choice voting. We received a recipient committee campaign statement, California CRV collation submitted by Councilmember Nierenheim, and two related to the public vote launch program and the agreement with Moffitt and Nickel. PowerPoint presentation, revised red line contract related to scope of work, deliverables, and this certificate of insurance. And three, salary adjustment for the elected city attorney for the March 2025 municipal election, supplementary salary summary information, and a revised chart from page 3 of the agenda report. And then P1, chronically vacant commercial and residential properties, public communication. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to receive and file?
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Okay, all four?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously. Okay, consent calendar. Would any of the council like to pull any of the consent calendar items? Councilmember Nierenheim.
I do actually, I want to pull items H 13 through 16, please.
13 to 16. Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to bring attention to H10, which is the completion of the dredging of King Harbor, and it has been a long time in coming. So I want the boaters and stand-up paddle boaters and everybody else to know that we heard your concerns and that it is done. So thank you to Public Works and the staff for getting that done. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalogerovich.
I'd like to pull H6 and H7.
H6 and H7. Councilmember Obaji.
In light of all the pulling, I will not pull H11, but I wanted to thank our Waterfront and Economic Development Department for getting that grant money out, because I visited that store and I had a half tamarind, half chamoy popsicle, and it was delicious, and the store is set up beautifully. So
Can you translate those colors?
yes, you got to try it. You got to
The
try
flavors
it.
are colors.
It's a great comment.
Those are flavors
Yes,
of
I thought it was
popsicles.
flavors.
So go check out this new storefront. It's called Booze Treasures at the International Boardwalk, and they've gotten some money from the city
All right.
for storefront improvement, and they've done a great job. It's beautiful.
Okay, great. Councilmember Barron? None. Okay, other than H6, H7, and H13 through H16, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any of the public wish to speak to any of those items that we did not pull? Okay, seeing none. Anybody online?
None online and no e-comments for this.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar items except H6, H7, and H13 through 17?
So move.
Get a motion? Can I get a second?
Wait, so-
Oh, we already had that. I'm sorry. I'm losing it. All
I thought I
for
was
the
losing it.
approval.
Aye.
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 Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so moving on to the excluded items. Let's start with H6 and H7. Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yes, thank you. So H6 and H7 have to do with commissioner attendance. I noticed that some of these were maybe inadvertently presented to or not presented to council. And I think this speaks to just a bigger issue of how complicated it can be to keep attendance. I do want to stress that having a position as a commissioner is a really important job and needed for our ability to do all the work that we're doing and get more input from the community. And it's really important that commissioners can attend. I understand that things come up in everyone's lives. I want to make sure that we have a discussion on council about attendance and the importance and what our policies are going to be going forward, so that it's very clear for us, for commissioners, and how we can just make sure that we're getting the most out of our commissions. Right now, we're not getting alerted as to if there are consecutive missed meetings, whether that's excused or otherwise. I think that's something that we need to have as information to make decisions about any changes. And so I would like to I'll be making a referral later to make sure that we have a proper discussion about all of these items going forward. Those are my comments on those two. I would make a motion to approve them.
Okay,
H6
that's
and
something to
H7.
throw in before we, so I concur with everything you said. In fact, having gotten the data just a few days ago and putting it against some of the people we're looking at to continue in commissions, there are a number that under the current charter, had we been enforcing it, wouldn't be on those commissions anymore. And I have no intent to go back and enforce that, back over some of them over a year ago. But we do need something that's more timely. And we have to decide as a council whether we want to be strict in that enforcement, or, is there a way that we give them an out if they had two consecutive items? There are some in there that actually didn't violate the charter, but missed more meetings.
Right.
A significant number of meetings by making one and then missing one, making one, missing and one. And so, I think it goes to what you were saying. There's a lot of people that want to contribute to the community, and it's not fair to those who don't get chosen if the folks that we pick don't make it. And I'm not counting, and I'm not saying there's any badness in that. Things come up, but if your life is busy, you need to fess up on that and be responsible. So is that something you want to agenda, do as a referral for a future discussion, or?
Yeah, and I can do that at the end.
Okay, with that, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You're making a motion to
Yeah,
approve?
so I would make a motion to approve H6 and H7.
Okay,
I'll second that.
okay, we got a motion and a second. I'm going to wait to the end to open it up to the public, so we won't act on it right now. Councilmember Narenheim?
Yeah. First of all, I want to say thank you to City Clerk for putting the percentages at the end. That's hugely helpful.
That's actually how the Granicus comes out now,
Well,
so
there's a good thing with
We're
Granicus.
leaving it the way it is.
Wow, who knew? Who knew? To the point of not showing up, I think some of the attendance records are just atrocious. And I wish we would have known. To the mayor's question and point regarding the council, I'll just read the vacancies section on here. In the event that any member of the board or commission shall be absent from the regular meetings of such board or commission for a period of 60 days consecutively following the last regular attended by such meeting, unless by permission of the city council expressed in its official minutes or in the event such member shall be convicted of a crime of moral turpitude, or cease to be registered voter of the city, or shall his office be vacant, or blah, blah, blah. So to that point, the city council, Mr. Mayor, already has that ability, that leeway. I think we definitely need these reports given to us, because if I would have seen some of these, we don't really have a choice. It says shall remove some of these members. And to the point, there's a lot of people here who really want to be part of these commissions. We have 45 applications plus this last week. And it's really important that people show up. Staff puts time in. I watched public safety last night. I had 3 members absent from that one. There were 4 people there barely making quorum. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate that. You guys did a great job. And, I've been harking on the attendance issue, and I want to thank Councilmember Kalajerovich for also being on this as well, because it is important. The commissions are our first lines of input from the public to the city. And it's very important. It's not just advisory. It is, hey, you're telling us this is what's way the wind is going, and this is what you're giving you input with. You're doing a lot of work that we cannot do on the city council. We don't have time to do. It's very important that everyone shows up and does their best. And if you can't show up, just let us know. If you can't continuously show up, thank you for the volunteering. I was reminded by one of the commissioners I spoke with the last couple of days is these are all volunteers, and we need to respect their time and other people's time there as well. So, and I think I do see some of these positions going away to begin with, so next month. So that haven't been showing up. So thank you. That's it.
Thanks. I do want to point out that it can be deceptive to just rely on the percentages, because some of those commissions had a lot of cancellations last year. So if you missed one, it was a high percentage, where others that met more often, you could miss several and not achieve that same percentage. So you got to look at both the percentage and the number of meetings that folks missed. Councilmember Obaji.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Could you share 2B, please?
2B.
If you've been on council, watching council for a bit, you've heard me speak with laudatory remarks about our planning commission. Look at that attendance, folks. Almost 100% attendance.
Yeah, Wayne Craig.
Phenomenal dedication. Mr. Craig not only attends the planning commission, he's here practically with 100% attendance. So
At 200%?
there's a bright spot here. Thank you, planning commissioners. Thank you, all our commissioners who do attend with dedication to the city. Thanks. That's all.
Okay, let's go through H13 through was it 16 or 17?
16.
16, okay. Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, I pulled H.
We didn't ask for public comment on that.
No, we'll get it. We'll
Oh,
get
no,
it.
no, we have to do
Do it
it
now.
since we have to do it for H6.
And 7.
I'll do it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, we'll do it right now.
Okay. Any public comments on H6 and H7?
We have,
Okay, anybody online?
we have none, or e-comment. Okay,
I'll
now,
take the vote. All 4?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Now, H13 through 16.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney, for being here. This came up at my community meeting, what the status was, so I wanted to get both a status update as well as I've been watching and following the Public Safety Commission. So, yeah, what's the status update for this? So we see this coming through here. This item H13, as everyone knows, is the pallet shelter program. We're adding 25 more units to that location, and we're getting a nice big grant by Supervisor Mitchell, in addition to some other grants totaling 1.5 million.
This is accepting the grant. So this motion is only accepting the grant. And I don't want to speak for Andy Wingy in terms of, I think the council approved at one of its recent movements, the meetings, the agreement with the architectural firm to design it. I'm not sure what the revised date for completion of the project. So this was the formal acceptance of
The
the
grant.
800,000, yes.
So we don't know the timeline, or about roughly, when was the old timeline? Let me ask
The
you
old
this.
timeline, old timeline was as quick as June, which we didn't make. I've been pushing for mid-September. He's been giving me a long list of other projects that the council has directed, so I don't want to give an incorrect date. I don't know.
Yeah, I believe we hired David Evans and Associates to prepare the plans and specifications for the project. So I don't think the construction effort will be that significant. I think the design effort's probably a little bit of a longer timeline, but I'm guessing somewhere near the end of the calendar year. But I'd rather Andy give you a specific figure than guess at that.
And one of the reasons that the design is so important is to minimize ongoing costs. So as you know, it's crucial to the residents that we have 24-hour, 7-day-a-week security at the site, which is not common for tiny home villages. And by having it designed in such a way at a neighboring property, we won't have to increase the cost of the security.
Okay. So this grant is going to come with reporting actions. And I know the Public Safety Commission has asked about updates, monthly updates, and I guess there's reports that go to the county every month. We've been following up on that, on monthly reports.
I'll let Joy speak to that.
Sorry, go ahead.
The report would be to the COG, just so to be clear, and I think there's a misunderstanding. We don't run the pallet shelter. It's the city's land. This is actually run by the county. And so they selected the security firm. They hire Harbor Interfaith, and we pay a portion of the cost of operating it. But it's essentially a county-run operation on our land. And because of that, we have significant control and limitations about how long it be used. If a council ever decides it's time to repurpose it, we have a fairly short window to end the agreement.
That's all I was going to say.
Okay, sorry.
Is that the whole agreement, or is that per shelter, per individual housing unit?
I'm not sure the question. The pallet shelter as a location is run by the county. The city purchases the pallet shelter beds, but the pallet shelter operation is contracted through the county. So Harbor Interfaith is not a city contractor. They're a county contractor. We pay a portion, and we negotiate every year what the ongoing portion should be. We changed the date from June because trying to negotiate that during city budget process and county budget process was very difficult. And so we're talking to them about the next year's worth of ongoing cost. It ends, I think, well, I know it ends in September. I don't know, I don't recall if it's the end of September, but that's ongoing. That's why we're hoping to be able to get the pallet shelter location built sooner, so we could have a final before we had to return to you with the ongoing costs.
Okay, thanks.
So I think the question I had, the specific question was, we are going to have 45 total units there. If we only need 30 units or 20 units, because we've solved the problem, so to speak, those surplus units.
Well, they're ours. I'm sure we'd have no shortage of agencies that wouldn't mind taking them off our hands. As you recall, we rushed to get them purchased before the cost went up dramatically. I don't want to
Opine.
opine on whether or not we won't need them anymore. That seems very optimistic, but maybe we won't. But it's up to us, and part of it we will see once the design goes through whether or not all the units will actually fit safely on that site. There are new laws that have gone into effect that our old pallet shelters are grandfathered, but the new pallet shelters have to have distance requirements, which frankly don't make a lot of sense because the risk of fire is not high, according to our fire chief, but we have to fit within the state law.
Isn't the risk of fire higher if they're under an overpass and they've got wooden structures and the like?
Yes, it would
Okay.
seem that way
Yeah,
to
okay,
me,
all right.
but I don't necessarily agree with all the state laws, but we do try to follow them.
Last question here is, I was watching the Public Safety Commission meeting, and they used to have the city attorney's office show up. Joy, I believe you were showing up for a while, and recently not showing up, and they actually love to have someone come down and represent and say to the Public Safety Commission what's going on so that the Public Safety Commissioners can advertise all this great work that's happening there.
So sadly, I had to pull Ms. Ford from that assignment. I originally started going to the Public Safety Commission, and before that, it was the Safer City Commission before their merge. I think it's important. I think the comments that both you, Councilman Ehrenheim, and the Mayor Pro Tem said about commissioners are being so important are really important. However, we have only limited bandwidth, and they are advisory to the council, not to our office in how we run it. If our workload decreases, I'm certainly planning on staffing it again. We've gone through this, I think, once or twice before where we had enough where I couldn't add another item onto an already busy workload. So that is my intent. I just don't know when.
An easy one, I think, for that is to provide on their consent calendar just a report update for how many beds are there and filled and gone through, and a couple of questions that I'm sure that they've voiced over the time, and any other reports that would be helpful for them to disseminate to the public.
Well, thank you for your advice on what, and I'm not being facetious. We really don't have, we're working far beyond our scope. We intend to return. It's just, I can't in managing, I don't want to burn my people out. The council member, Kaludrovich was there, but Mayor Pro Tem Kaludrovich was there earlier, and we're talking about a public safety issue in her district, and Ms. O'Meara came in with an urgent matter for Ms. Ford. And every time Ms. Ford takes a vacation break, I'm reminded of how many urgent matters that have to be attended to with Ms. O'Meara's work. It makes me happier than ever that we're all responsible for doing it, but I just can't burn the people out, and I would be at risk of doing that. So it is firmly my intent, but
Okay.
And may I add, the Harbor Interfaith reports do not come to us by any mandate whatsoever. Every now and then, I get a report out of consideration for the city, but they're not mandated to give us a report. So I don't always have an updated report on what's happening at the pallet shelter, and sometimes months and months go by and I don't know.
it's not I think there's a misunderstanding that they believe that they're a city contracted and we're just not turning over something. We just don't have it. We'd have to spend time compiling it to make certain it was accurate.
Okay. I will make a motion to approve item H13 pending public comment. Any other input?
I'll second that with the holiday.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any member of the public wish to address H13? Anybody online?
I have none.
Okay, all four?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, motion
Okay, so
carries.
I need to read the
Yep.
resolution. Adopt by four-fifths vote and by title only resolution number CC-2408-069, a resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2024-2025 budget modification to appropriate $800,000 of the Los Angeles County District 2 homelessness grant funds to the Intergovernmental Grants Fund for the expansion of the Redondo Beach Pallet Shelter. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item H14, I pulled that as well. Just so everyone knows, item H14 is an agreement to hire a new law firm to discuss or to execute getting a trademark on our new city logo. And my question is, city attorney, is I'm not very comfortable paying this company resulting in an estimate of $10,500 to do this. Is this something our staff can do and move forward on? It's not, and so there's a trademark search and there's a patent search, but we don't need the patent, we just need trademark search. And why are we going down this path?
It's a very specialized field. There are, and Ms. Shin is hopefully on the item as well. And I'd actually suggested this be a discussion item because it was in response to council discussion before about getting a trademark, but it's not as simple as a trademark. How many classes you want to be in so you can protect it. If you don't protect the type of classes, then you're not covered in it. And it's very special in terms of, like, for example, if you manufacture cars, it's one trademark you need. But if you're putting the logo on cars, you need a service class. And whether the council wants to spend the money or not, I don't think the council's had that discussion yet. So, I'm doing this at the request of council. I remember I had a specific conversation with Councilman Barrett about this, that he had a lot of questions about trademark, and we haven't had to trademark it before. The council chose not to do it with our previous logo, and that logo got used in a lot of situations where people found it misleading. So it's a policy call whether the council, and a budgetary call whether the council wants to. None of us have any expertise. That doesn't mean we can't take the time to gain it, but there's lost opportunity costs because if I take time, which I can, and I have some familiarity with it. My dad created a program, he's a software engineer, called Trademark Wizard, and he used to sell it to Harley Davidson, Caesar's Palace, SeaWorld, so they could monitor and enforce their trademark, which is an important part of keeping it. So I've gone to seminars, I could do it, but that takes time away from what you might otherwise want to have me doing, and I can't do it nearly as efficient. And the cost is not so much the attorney, the cost is for the attorney, but it's also for getting the trademark in the appropriate classes. And I don't know if it's in here, but there's an upkeep cost per class, which kicks in maybe 5 years down the way. So we didn't have the discussion at this point because I think it was on discussion so that we could then hire the attorney to meet with Ms. House. Frankly, the mayor and city manager and I were having a meeting on a separate, definitely more important topic. And the city manager and I had to miss the meeting that was with the attorney. It's a recommendation from Ms. Shen. I had her look at it. And there was a meeting with Ms. Shen, Ms. House, the attorney, and it was supposed to be the city manager and I, but because of that meeting on a different topic with the mayor that ran long this past Monday. We didn't meet it. And so I think the city manager, and I understand appropriately so, wanted to get the contract on. Now, you can say, no, we don't want to approve it at this point, and we want to put it over for a discussion item, because I do think it's a complicated matter. Or you could choose, no, we want the city attorney to do it, and we'll do it, but it will take time to get, familiar enough with it where I feel comfortable making a legal recommendation to him.
Two things to add to this that helped me in evaluating this particular item. One, Ms. Shin could probably answer this more specifically, but it's my understanding about half the estimated cost here, Councilman, is actually for application fees. So this isn't $10,500 of legal work. This is, I think, about half of that roughly is fees we're going to have to pay, whether we submit it ourselves or it's submitted on behalf of the city by our attorney. So I think my view of this is that this is as efficient a way for us to execute trademarking as we can possibly have. I would recommend we move forward here. We certainly could come back and have more of a discussion regarding the number of classes. Right now, our approach is to try to skinny that down to the bare minimum. It's currently estimated, I think, at 14 total classes, but I think we have reason to believe we can get that down closer to 12, maybe even less than that as we properly evaluate it. Part of our ability to do that is going to be to have this firm on to help us go through it and determine ultimately what we have to do to properly protect our logo. So when we looked at it as staff, I felt good about this approach. I think it's very efficient, and given that this is a especially area of the law, and this is really, other than the 5-year recurring costs that may come later that we would have regardless, I think it's a fairly good use of funds, and we would absorb it through our various operating departments. So that was why it's on consent. That was my doing, candidly, just given the gravity of what we have on the agenda tonight. And if the council's uncomfortable with the options here, we can certainly come back and discuss them. But under both circumstances, I would recommend we bring the firm on to get this conversation started.
Okay, so the licensing application fee, I should say, was not in part of this.
It is part of it. It's about half of it.
Well, no, it was part of it in the report. I will say that 10,000, to me, it's making sure that it's not something we can do. I mean, we can do it, but I do know trademark law is, I mean, I've done trademarks, I've done actually helped doing a patent, multiple patents, but that's why my question is why we're hiring a firm to do it. But it does look like $18 per mark, and then 14. Yeah, I am leery of the total cost, but when I see the application fee in there,
Part of that, yeah.
is part of it, that makes sense to me. So
Councilmember Nierenheimer,
I'd be
is there a
fine
motion
with,
coming up, or?
I'd be fine with this moving forward as is.
That's what was the determining factor for me, Councilman, honestly. After looking at the application fee as a component of this total expense, I felt pretty good about it.
And the hourly rate is $4.50 per hour for anything
So is
not
that a
included.
motion, Councilmember Nierenheimer?
I'll make a motion to approve item H14, pending public comment.
Second.
Okay. Any member of the council want to discuss this any further?
Just a quick question.
Councilmember Abaji?
The city attorney, if we weren't to trademark protect our logo, would people be free to use it in their campaign materials?
Yes, and that was the specific thing that I was talking about before that has
So,
happened in the
folks,
past.
I realize 10,500 seems like a lot of money, but we also have complaints in the city like, oh, the city attorney's not moving fast enough on cannabis. Dump more stuff on them and things will move a lot more slowly. So it's a nominal amount of money to protect our intellectual property and ensure that symbols representing the city are not improperly used by people trying to associate themselves with the city in an improper context. That's all, thanks.
Any member of the public wish to address this? Anybody online? Okay, all for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay. H15.
H15 is an agreement for legal services with Miller Health Law Group, a professional law corporation, regarding HIPAA and mental health. And what brought my attention to this is I think there's a larger conversation here for the council to talk about, because back in, what was it, May of 2023, the second meeting, we were bringing on a mental health clinician, and I'm going to assume that part of this ask here is because of if we start hiring mental health technicians or clinicians, we start incurring HIPAA and related health medical records requests.
Yes, you may recall at that meeting, you referred to a phone call that you had had from Phasia Davenport, the leader of the county, and she'd indicated, or you summarized it as like it's a new day in town. So we spent many months pursuing contracting with the county, because a county mental health clinician has additional powers that a city mental health clinician does not. And we talked about Culver City as an example, where they're setting up a city mental health clinician. And you may recall the year before that, where our collective number one recommendation for the enhanced response to homeless from Ms. Ford and Ms. Omura and I was hiring a mental health clinician. Didn't make it into that year's budget. It did make it into the May 2023. We did follow up on your comments and your suggestions, because I do think it would be better if there were not two mental health systems, there were one. But after many, many months, the county finally said they just don't have the capacity to do so. Now we are, as I think the report mentions, we are still following up with the MET portion of county mental health that provides services to us to see if we can contract with them for additional overtime, so we have more coverage on the weekends. And so that is ongoing. We got the grant from, and the agreement was hire someone, but you gave no money. You said, if you can find the money, go ahead and hire a mental health clinician. We, with Mayor Pro Tem's help, were able to get the money from HealthNet to fund a mental health clinician to help with homelessness, because more and more of the studies are showing that mental health is a significant portion of the people experiencing long-term homelessness. And the Ronson Chu from the South Bay COG had recommended looking at LACATA. And LACATA is the organization that Hermosa, they contracted with another city, and they were, at the time we talked to them, helping Hermosa Beach set up their mental health clinician. And that's been longer going than ours, where they received $1 million federal grant for it. Recently, we've become convinced, they're having delay after delay with Hermosa Beach, and they wouldn't be able to assist us with
So you're
ours.
recommending we approve this?
Yes,
Okay.
because I recommend we approve it, because there is some potential liability.
All right.
And you need an expert in this field. This firm only does, yes, I'm recommending
Yeah,
we.
so-
I wouldn't be here if you
So-
didn't.
so-
So Nils, can you get to that point?
Yeah, my point is this, is I think we need to have a larger discussion regarding, if we start going down this path, it opens us up for a tremendous amount of liability. HIPAA is serious federal laws that are surround that and protecting those records. And I think I see some potential conflicts with this. And this law firm is $625 an hour. So it's not like it's cheap. It's not like it's easy. And I think if we start going down this path, this is one of the unforeseen hurdles that we did not see moving forward with. I think the council should have a larger discussion. So I'm not in favor of this particular item right now.
I would say the council had this discussion over the year and over the 2 years it took to get, and it's our number one need. for all the referrals that Ms. Amira gets, many of the individuals have significant mental health. It's a last choice, but to go with our own, but it's the only one that we can act upon. And as a, to meet those obstacles, that's why we're recommending, and I'm covering it out of my budget, switching some stuff around, because it's that important to hire someone who can advise us properly. Because otherwise, I'm going to have to tell Ms. Amira to not respond to, no, I will, if there are issues of
Just
mental
cut it off.
health.
We understand you're advocating for it. No, Councilmember Narenheim, you think we should discuss it more as a council?
Yeah.
Is that a motion you're going to make, or?
I would make I mean, I can't make a referral on this. I mean, actually, I could make a referral on this to discuss this at a later time, to put this on the strategic plan, but that wouldn't be appropriate right now. So I can't make a motion. I would make a do at the end of the meeting today regarding this item, to put it on the strategic plan.
So you wouldn't, you're recommending not approving this time?
Yeah, I wouldn't make a motion. That would not be a motion.
Okay. Okay, any other of the council wish to speak to this?
I will make a motion to approve H15 for just the fact of what you're saying, Councilman Narenheim, is that this is such an important thing that we want to make sure that we address all the potential liabilities with this legal professional who's an expert in this. I think we've established that we need a health clinician, and this is the best way we can do that, mitigating the liabilities with HIPAA and other things. So I will make a motion to approve H15.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any of the public wish to speak to this item? Anybody online? Okay, I'm going to call the vote then. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
All against?
No.
Okay, motion passes 4-1. H16, Councilmember Narenheim.
H16, so this is another city attorney item and to reapprove or approve a new agreement with an existing law firm. And it's something that Councilman Lowenstein and I have done over the years, look at a lot of these contracts we have coming in. This is an update to one of the firms that we currently use. And we've had this company, actually came from a different company, but we've had this company since 2009. And the charges haven't changed since then. But have we shopped these rates out to other firms? Are it duplicative? I was told when Councilmember Lowenstein and I talked about the Bank of America contract, it was not possible to change and whole litany of questions, but since then we can. So I just want to make sure now, since we've had this contract for such a long time, that it's not duplicative and we are getting the best value and deal out of this particular company.
Well, I will let the two other lawyers speak to whether this is a good hourly rate. This is a firm that has had, this is a professional services contract, and there's no requirement to go out to bid. I think the fact that they haven't changed their hourly rate since 2008 is amazing. They've had good success. They have the I attached the published opinion that they got for us, which helps all public entities dealing with defense of slip and fall. This is on average a raise of less than $6 per hour since or 15 years since they've, or right around it, since we first obtained them. The quality of work is as important, if not more important. They also, when they do their bills, they strike. They don't bill to the very, very fractional part of an hour, which is as important as the hourly rate. And since you and Councilman Lowenstein have led this, I think it'd be hard pressed to find anything that has had such a small increase in what is charged to the city over 15 years.
Okay. I concur, it's a great law firm. They do a lot of great work in a lot of areas. one or two of which is important to the police department. And yeah, so I would make a motion to approve item H16.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion on the council? Okay, anyone from the public wish to address this item? Anybody online? Okay, all for?
Aye.
All against? Okay, so motion passes. Okay, we're now to public participation on non-agenda items. This is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and the council, and you only get to speak once. We'll go with cards first, and I have one card, and that's from Mr. Brad Waller.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am here today representing Keep the Esplanade Beautiful. We do a lot to keep the Esplanade beautiful during the year, and once a year we have an annual mixer. This year it is going to be October 16th from 5 to 7:30 p.m. at HT Grill, and I'm inviting you, city staff, all members of the public. I have some flyers that you guys can pass around.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
There will be a raffle, there will be auction items, there should be good food passed around, and you can buy yourself drinks. Keep the Esplanade Beautiful is also looking to expand our board of directors. We've got new bylaws that allow us to have more board members, that allow us to have more people help us. So if anybody is interested in participating as a board member, they can contact me at brad@bradwaller.com or go to keeptheesplanadebeautiful.org and use the contact form and let us know. And then finally, our first Saturday sweep will be September 7th at 9 a.m. Meet at Avenue I and Esplanade. And you will get to see Cub Scout Pack 555 that will be helping us Saturday morning on September 7th. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, that's the only card I had. Any member of the public wish to address the council on non-agenda items? Come on up.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I'm Holly Osborne from District 5. I'm non-scripted, so it'll be more interesting. But I went to a planning commission meeting, and they were talking about, just double far here, all up and down Artesia Boulevard. And some of those lots are different sizes, and I don't think all lots are created equal. So I propose my own little test to figure out whether the footprint is too big or not. Some of those narrow lots, take your car and drive in and see if you can park it and see if you can get it out without dinging it, okay? I've got a ding in my car, all right? Well, especially you people from South Redondo that never go up there, go try them out. Some of those lots are very narrow, okay? I don't think they should double the footprint or the FAR or anything else there. And I think that you've got to make sure you got an adequate driveway. And so having an adequate driveway width on different size lots doesn't make the FAR equal. This isn't a place for equal opportunity, okay? I just wanted to say that. That's my opinion, all right? Thank you.
Anyone else wish to address the council?
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and actually I do frequent Artesia Boulevard in North Redondo. I visited my favorite Thai restaurant just the other day. Bamboo Thai, go on down, it's where I eat. It's a good place. One thing I wanted to mention, and thanks for the shout out earlier about the commissions, but not to segue into something you've already spoken about, but it's important to take those positions seriously. And as a council and the mayor, when you refer people for these commissions, understand that it's a serious responsibility. Mayor Brand for almost 7 years tried to get me on a commission, and I take that responsibility very seriously. And I think it's important for you to not only consider the importance of commissions, but also committees. There was a committee that met for something like 8 years, and at our last meeting at the Planning Commission, we heard comments that some of the members of this committee said some things were never covered. And I was a little shocked at that, so I went through the agenda, found that it wasn't just covered, it was discussed 1, 2, 3 different times. And and I actually asked staff, I asked Mr. Scully, who attends our meetings, basically stated that, yeah, these items were covered and they were discussed. So staff confirms it, and then it's in the agenda, and other people said that. However, there's several people who are saying, nope, it wasn't covered, it wasn't ever covered. And I found it really striking that one of the individuals acknowledged that he was a paid consultant for a large development, possibly in the city, for something of the neighborhood of, if the numbers are right, between $13,000 and $10,000 a month for almost 2 years. That means that this person who is the chair of this committee made almost, if true, $337,000 while serving on a committee to try to decide on our general plan for our city. Some people have called it conflict of interest. I think you may have other words for it as well too. So when you select people for committees, also make sure that they're going to attend, not just attend, but read the material, pay attention to the material, and show up. And they shouldn't have a conflict of interest. I mean, that's very serious. Anyway, just want to share that with you. And thank you again for the shout outs. And I thank you again for allowing me to be on the planning commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to address the council on non-agenda items? Okay, anybody online?
I don't, no one has their hand up, and we have 2 e-comments, and that's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, no ex parte communications, no public hearings, no items continued, so we're jumping down to item N, and the first one is N1, and that has to do with ranked choice voting.
Okay, are we ready? Ready? Okay. Okay. Hello, I'm Eleanor Manzano. I'm the city clerk for Redondo Beach, and then I have my staff here. I have an analyst, Melissa Villa, who's going to be doing the PowerPoint, and I have my chief deputy, Lucy Colombo, here helping out, since she did she's the queen of PowerPoints. So this is ranked choice voting for March 2025 election. And we have the introduction of an ordinance. And so we're going to give you a demonstration, just a snippet of ranked choice voting. Then we're going to review and input on ordinance related to council's choices that we'll need for the ordinance. And then other points of interest in the ordinance, and then a sample ballot demonstration. So go ahead on the next one. So go ahead on the video.
Pick your favorite color.
The ranked choice voting way.
Instead of voting for just one color, you get to rank your top 3.
Well, purple is the best, but if I can't have purple, I want blue. And if neither of those wins, I guess I can live with orange.
Now, let's count up everybody's votes.
Under ranked choice voting rules, it's not enough just to get the most votes. You need a majority.
More than 50% of the votes.
Purple's ahead, but it has only 7 votes.
It needs at least 11 to win.
So we eliminate the color in last place.
Sorry, orange fans, we're going to your second choice.
2 more for green.
1 for purple.
But no color has 11 votes yet.
Still no majority. Bye-bye, blue.
1 more for purple.
4 for green.
And we have a winner.
The ranked choice voting way.
Okay. So our next, let's see. Just like on our PowerPoint. Okay. So ranked choice voting is for voters to rank the candidates for office in order of preference. And rounds is based on how many candidates you have, and then eliminate those candidates to get to the point of having a majority of the vote. So that's just a simple overview. Let's go to the next one. Okay, and these are the areas that we need council to make a decision. And so maximum number of ranking, write-in, overvote, and single or batch elimination. So why don't we go ahead and next one. Okay, so this is the number of ranks. The system, heart system, can only go up to 6. And so you have a total rankings of 6. We've had cities, I think Berkeley had 3 and they changed it to 5. It really just depends on where you feel the ranking. And where, so for history, we've had up to about, since I've been city clerk, probably up to 4 to 5 candidates. So just to give you some of the history for city offices, just to give you an idea. The Center for Civic Design Research and Fair Vote, it has been suggested that the number of rankings be 5 to 8. So Hart allows 6. So that's related to this area. Now I have ranked choice voting resource center, who is the one that developed the software, who is online if you need to ask them more questions. So I don't know if you have any questions on this part.
Anybody have questions for this section?
I would say 6. 6 is actually a good number.
I would go, you have the Dominion on here that has 10.
Correct. But we have Hart equipment.
So Hart can only go up to 6.
Correct.
I mean, I would prefer a larger number, but we don't have that system, right? And what would it take to go to Dominion?
Excuse me?
What would it take to go to Dominion?
I don't know. I'd have to get a cost for that.
Can we,
Do we have time?
right,
Yeah.
if we don't have time, can we put in the ordinance that it's the maximum number that the equipment allows?
What if they have 20?
It doesn't hurt to have more if you exhaust it with the only number.
Yeah, you have a lot of rounds.
Then we
Yeah.
can address that with batch elimination.
That's true, too.
In the time that you've been city clerk, has there been an election with 7 candidates?
No, that's why I said there's only been, I think it's 4, 5, since I've been city clerk. Now, I don't know prior to that, but.
Do you want to address these one at a time?
6.
We can go through all of them, and then I also have, like I said, from the resource center.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, because they're potentially interrelated, maybe we go through all of them.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
I can
Fine
go
with
through all of them.
Go through all of them is your recommendation?
It's up to you guys.
Straw poll 6.
I prefer future-proofing it and just saying what the machine can do.
Sure.
Yeah, it should be maximum whatever you can go for. That's the point of us going to instant runoff type of
You okay
system.
with that?
That works for me.
That looks like a good straw poll.
Well, it depends on how you word it. And if there are other machines that do 10, someone can challenge it saying the
The
ordinance said.
machines that the city has.
The machines that the city is contracted.
Okay, you can do whatever you want. Just
Offered by the provider that the city has contracted.
you may recall that Dedham case that I had given you where San Francisco said it was some large number, like 14, and in practice, every election they had, they limited it to 3. And the court upheld that. But just there's going to be an issue if you write an ordinance and the future clerk goes to a machine and doesn't realize it's the maximum number. So
All right, so
you're not doing a charter, you're fixing an ordinance. And
you're saying if the known quantity is 6, we
For
write in
this
6, and
election-
if we get other equipment, we could come back and change the ordinance.
right, it's not a charter, it's an ordinance.
It's
And
not a charter.
I'm thinking you want to make it as clean as possible
Clean.
for the first one, because you can always change it.
All right, 6.
Okay, straw man on 6.
6.
Okay, let's go.
Next one.
Straw woman, 6.
So the next one is write-in.
Straw
Straw poll.
Straw person.
So the next one is regarding write-ins. So as you see on the left, that's one write-in, and that's normally, well, that's the Resource Center has mentioned that majority of agencies only have 1 write-in. However, it's recommended to do 6 write-ins because we have 6 rankings, just just in case.
That's write-in for each election, right?
For
Like
each
if you're
contest.
if you're electing city
Position.
council, District
So
1,
here's.
one write-in. If you
the-
write in District 2, it's one write-in.
No.
Well, you have a choice
You
here.
have a choice. And here, the practical runs headlong into the theoretical. So if you have the normal election, I can think of one, maybe two in my entire time here where there was a qualified write-in candidate. So you're going to have one. But if you had an elected official or an incumbent, a candidate, let's say it's a strong front runner, and then after the deadline for filling out the nomination passes, he or she does something awful, either some really unpopular policy decision or worse, is caught in clear proof of a violation of law. You could absolutely foresee a multitude of candidates running as write-ins to replace the front runner. And you're going to run in, and I don't know if there's a good answer, because all those votes are going to get not disenfranchised to a certain extent if you only have one, because you can only do ranked choice voting for the write-in candidate.
Yeah, I misstated my question. I meant the number that we pick here is per each separate election.
Yes, correct.
So it's not just one for the
Yes.
whole.
Right, and as a practical matter, you may never come into the hypothetical I just gave you, and I fully recognize that, and I fully recognize that the consultants probably think like everyone does that. But the atypical tends to occur in Redondo. We've had elections, decided by a couple of votes. And so I just, and again, like a charter, unlike a charter, you can always change that. But if we reach this situation during this election, it's going to be difficult to defend against it.
Councilmember Abaji.
So I think that's a really good point that the city attorney brought up. My concern on the flip side is, I remember during the recall, a good neighbor, friend, wanted to be the write-in candidate as an alternate to the recall candidate. And so probably 20, 30, 40, dozens of people wrote in his name on the ballot, but most people don't realize that you got to qualify as a write-in candidate in advance. So my concern is that people would just start to fill in names if there are a bunch of empty blanks, thinking that they can get, a block could get their person elected, not realizing that there's actually a procedure to be qualified as a write-in
And
candidate.
now that you put, well, I don't know that the timing would work. I know it's kind of late. Do you recall how late it is where they can qualify as a write-in candidate? Okay, well, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but it's
Yeah,
fairly
I don't
late in the
remember.
process. I wonder if you could put you'll have
The
at
ballot,
least one spot, or one spot for a minimum of one spot, or at least one for every qualified write-in candidate for that race. And that way you're covered.
Sure, that sounds good.
So a minimum of one, or, one for each qualified write-in candidate. So that way we should be covered.
But why would you provide a minimum of one if there are no qualified write-in candidates?
I don't know why they do it with all, but it doesn't hurt because they're not going to count that. So let's say you write in your neighbor, but then your second choice is, one of the qualified candidates.
So I'm going to ask the dumb question because I'm the dummy up here. What do you have to do to qualify to be a write-in?
okay, so by that time, the ballots and the voter guide's already done. So what happens is you do exactly the same thing. They have to go and fill out nomination papers and qualify. And then,
They have to be a resident.
correct, in that.
They have to meet the
this-
qualifications for that office.
It's the same thing.
And they
as
have to get people to
signatures.
nominate.
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
And that's it?
Pretty much it.
Okay.
I just remember as a candidate, like one time, I was running on the post, but I couldn't relax until that date later where
It was
no
14
one.
days, I think, before
Yeah.
Election Day. You're actually, you just
Will it
reminded
be,
me.
well, then, will this be too late? Will my suggestion not work because you're not going to be able to add spots if you've already printed the ballots?
Right,
So-
well,
To that point, though, hold on, ballots go out 30 days before. So when is election day?
Election Day,
When would that 2-week period start or be?
well, the ballots go out a month before.
Those
And
2
then, of
weeks
course,
from
it
that
has to be
point?
printed. And then if I remember correctly, I think it's 14 days before election.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
the final
won't
day.
that won't work then because you won't be able to.
Right, you won't know who.
Could we eliminate the write-in qualification procedure
No.
so that anybody could just be a write-in candidate?
I don't think that's a good idea.
And then later, they're validated as like a person who lives in Redondo Beach and so on and so forth if they get enough votes.
Sounds like chaos.
We don't want to.
Sounds like democracy, but okay.
I mean,
I don't know, that might be a little.
Okay, so where are we at? So your idea won't work,
Right.
city attorney? Ryan?
Yeah, the alternate idea won't work because it's too close to printing of the ballots or maybe after printing of the ballots. So you could pick a number, you could pick 3 as a midpoint, like, more than one, but we've never had 3 write-in candidates.
We've had one write-in since I've been city clerk.
So you could just pick one and just hope that nothing changes, but if you get 2, then you're going to get a challenge.
So it's a quick straw vote. Who here is for more than one?
2.
Yeah, I could.
Well, I'm just going more than
I
one
have-
first.
More than one.
Okay,
I'd have 2, a maximum of 2.
okay, so,
Fine with that.
so let's go with 2. How many
2.
are good with 2?
2.
2.
Okay, so we have 4. Okay, I think we got the concept. We'll,
Okay, great.
3.
Next one.
47.
Okay, so this is regarding voters that it's considered overvote. So as you see in the first ranking, they voted for 2 people. So that is considered an overvote. So that vote does not count. However, if you have a choice, you can stop there and the rest of the ballot is exhausted. Or the system, you can actually move forward if there's actually markings in the next rankings.
So I have a question on that one. So clearly, this,
Okay, go back to the first one. This is just to give you some idea. So,
so on that first ranking, somebody picked pelicans and sea turtles,
correct.
right? So we consider that an overvote. If we wanted to keep that in, you would just, for the next round, you'd go to their second ranking,
Correct.
even though they indicated that one of those 2 is their number 1 choice.
Just skip
That
it.
seems to
So then go
it
to
seems
the,
to be the opposite of what the person wanted.
Yeah, right.
so go to the next slide, and then we can see, this is what it means to continue. And then the option B is to not to continue.
Is there an option C where you take their first choice, and if only one of them makes it, you make that the second round?
Or is there an option D, what star voting is? You can
I
accept both.
can ask Chris, but I mean, I don't think that's how it works.
That's what
Well,
star
no,
voting
but
is.
that seems to be, that would be the clearest indication of what the individual wanted. I know you're shaking your head no, but if they voted
I'm
for
not-
2 people for number 1, one of them makes it to the next round, going to their second choice means you eliminated both their first choice. That seems anti what the person would have wanted.
Well,
Which
it's
is part of my problem with
impossible.
ranked choice, but
It's impossible to know what they wanted because they didn't follow the rules and they picked 2 people for one office. The choice, and the way you treat it is currently is different than the way you treat undervotes. So if they don't put anyone in round two, their third place vote becomes their second vote. In this case, you either
Right.
get rid of the ballot, which is the way it's currently written.
What we do now, right?
Which is
Right.
what we have. Yeah.
Or you could move their third place choice to the second round vote. I know what you're saying, but how do you pick two people?
Right.
At, like, which of them do you give? And,
No,
and,
that's not my scenario. My scenario is
oh, no, I know.
you
you're-
eliminate them for first and one of their guys doesn't make it to the next round.
Assuming one of the guys does.
Yeah, so you assume one of their guys doesn't make it. Clearly, they picked two people as their first. If you go to their second, that would be their third person.
No, so the first ranking, it's just the full ranking, whatever that
So
ranking.
I think what they're saying is that, and you'd have to ask the consultant, what I hear them saying, they believe you'd have a great deal of difficulty in counting the votes correctly for someone that couldn't fill out the ballot correctly.
Can you go back?
So, but I understand what you're saying, okay? If one of them's still remaining, that's their vote.
Yeah.
But I think that may be
counted.
problematic.
Yeah, it's,
And I
That's
don't
the
know that
case
the
for
machines
traditional
can, I
voting as
don't know
well.
that the
Yeah.
machines can do that.
Councilmember Barrett.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Could you go back one slide?
I'll go back.
Yeah. Okay. I agree with what was said about if you put two people down, for example, your first ranking, there's no way to discern the intent.
Correct.
Certainly, they didn't intend their second ranking to be their first. So this ballot should
Well, that's
not count.
And
And
that's the way it's written right now.
it's the way it's written right now. And so maybe this segues into the idea when it comes to voter education.
Right.
We need to be crystal clear.
Oh,
You vote
exactly.
for one person in each ranking, otherwise your ballot could be invalid.
Right. And
And
that's,
then we try to nip it in the bud.
Not can be, will be.
Will be, yeah.
Will be.
will be.
Okay.
No, that's, I mean,
That's fine.
if we're going to do this, we have to eliminate it because there's no
And
discernible.
all this is going to be education. I mean, we have to educate
So
the
straw
voters
vote on
all
that?
this.
I would agree.
Everybody agrees on that? Okay.
Okay, so then we're going to do option A. I mean, excuse me, option B, do not continue.
Correct.
Okay. The next one. Okay, this is single or batch elimination. I reviewed regarding the user guide. And so single elimination is when, no one's gotten a majority vote and you eliminate the last candidate who has the least votes, and then it goes to the second ranking and then on and on. And then option B is batch elimination. So the consultant from Resource Center recommended that it would be best to do ballot eliminations when you have 10 or more candidates. And then, so I provided an idea, how it works on the right. And technically, the example is that if, say for instance, the 5 candidates in purple there total to 97, so they're under what the starfish, so that's too hard for them to reach in the other rankings to catch up. So what happens is those last 5 get eliminated. And then their votes get redistributed for the second ranking.
So you may recall, to refresh your memory, if I may, we told you that a number of cities have that in their ranked choice voting ordinance. We didn't put it in the first iteration because at the time, the city clerk was informed that their machine couldn't do that. At our last meeting on this on August 6th, we informed you that she talked to someone else and said they in fact can do it. And as a follow-up, their consultant is saying, you don't need to do it. It's only when you have very large elections that we never do. And may make it more confusing as to eliminating a whole bunch right at once. And so people will get to see who's eliminated for each round. Because the way it reads is at any point along this path, the candidate above the line has, so if the seahorse had 200 votes, then you'd eliminate from the starfish on down. And it becomes a little bit unclear when you look at that language in practice. And I think that's the first time you're doing it, if it's not really needed for the number of candidates we have, it may not be wise to add that level of complexity.
I mean, the batch voting.
Yeah.
Can I ask a
Yeah,
question,
we're going to
Mayor?
only have 6 rounds or 6 ranks, so we won't achieve that.
Well, no, you can have more rounds.
No, that's
It's
Rounds is
it's
based on
different.
candidates.
That's true. I'm thinking ranking, yeah. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Ms. City Clerk, whether we do single or batch eliminations, the ultimate result of the election will be the same, right?
Mhm.
Yes?
I mean, I don't know, I've never done a ranked choice voting.
But that's
but I'm
important.
assuming-
If it doesn't make a difference, then we could look at the technical aspect of doing it. If single versus batch is going to influence the ultimate outcome, we should learn about that and know about it. And maybe someone here tonight can
Right.
elucidate, because that's important. All
I
right.
don't think it should. but-
So does anybody have a feel here? Single?
I'd say single.
Straw vote?
Well,
Ready for single?
can we have, to Councilman Barron's concern, it may be good to have one of the consultants that the clerk has online explain why it either would or theoretically could change the ultimate.
Substantively important to know that.
Right.
Okay, so I have Chris Hughes from Ranked Choice Voting Resource Center. So I'm going to, wait a minute here.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hey, I'm Chris Hughes. I'm the Senior Director of Policy at the Ranked Choice Voting Resource Center. So on batch elimination, if you're using batch elimination, the final result, the winner, the final 2 candidates in the election will be the same as if you did a single elimination, ranked choice voting election or a batch elimination. The result will always be the same. It's just the number of rounds that are counted because you're either eliminating people one at a time or in a batch, like Clerk Manzano was explaining.
Thank you.
So why is it the best practice when there's 10 or more, but go single when there's less?
Well, I used 10 as more of a like broad example of as there's more candidates in an election, you're going to have more rounds of counting. And so sometimes it helps people when there's fewer rounds of counting, even when there's a lot of candidates, just because there's a lot of information to sift through. That's been my experience in practice. And I would just say, in general, you tend to see batch elimination when there are more candidates running, because there's going to be those sets of candidates, like we're shown in the example, that just aren't able to cobble together enough votes to stay in the race. It's just that when there's those large sets of candidates running, there's typically people who are not getting enough votes to stay around in the election, if that makes sense.
Okay, did that answer your question?
It does. Thank you. Thank you, City Clerk.
So what's the feel?
Single.
Single?
Single.
Okay,
Move on to the next.
keep
Okay,
going.
So these are just other items of interest, and a lot of this, again, we're going to educate on all this. This is what a skip vote. It will be counted if it's skipped. So as you see, the green, so this is what, the left is what they voted. The green is what the system is going to do. So it's going to make the second ranking be number 1, and then 2, and then your 5th, number 3. So that's what
I
we
think
have.
that's fine.
So, if I may, Mayor.
Yes.
So is another option, if you list no one in ranking 1, I guess it doesn't make a difference because your second ranking would kick in even if your first was eliminated.
Yeah, if your first was eliminated, then
Still would be
ranking
the
two
second.
is it will skip it and go to ranking 2
So it was an undervote.
In round one?
in round 1. So it skips it to round 1.
Right, because the first ranking, there was no one selected. It's considered an undervote. So then the system would move on to the next ranking where there
So
was
it's
an
not counted
actual
in the
vote.
first round, it's in the second.
It would be moved into the first round.
Yes, it would be.
It skips over and then it continues to look for
Here's the
a
problem.
vote in another ranking.
Here's the problem. It's artificially giving, in this example, the Pelican candidate an additional vote in round 1 when this person did not vote for the Pelicans in round 1.
Right.
So you're clearly, round 1, I'm not voting for Pelicans. And now we're saying, nah, you are. So I think this is going to come down to education again.
Exactly. It's
And
all going to be about education.
to the points that were made earlier, if either this is an invalid ballot potentially, or that second ranking doesn't kick in until we're in the second round. Is the computer able to do that? Instead of advancing the second ranking to this person's first ranking, which they didn't ask for, can that second ranking kick in? In other words, no skip votes. You didn't have anyone in the first round, no problem. Who do you have in the second? And go from there.
Yeah, let's ask.
Wouldn't that be similar to the overvote?
It's
the same
It's similar to the
thing.
overvote.
It's the same thing, yeah.
Yeah, so should it be an invalid ballot?
I think if we're treating the overvote that way,
should
we
be,
should
you're
treat
right.
the under.
For this round, it's an invalid
so
ballot.
That
Should not be
first round
counted.
is considered an undervote.
I'll have
Yeah,
Chris
an
answer
undervote.
this. So, again, he's the expert on this. Go ahead, Chris.
So it sounded like there were two questions. One,
Yes.
can you sort of hold a ballot to the side if someone has skipped a ranking? And two, what should we do if we can't do that? So to answer the first question, no, you can't hold a ballot to the side. You have to count every ballot in every round so that you have the same number of ballots counting across rounds. Otherwise, votes can pop in and pop out of the contest, which can alter the results, which we don't want to have happening. So if someone has made a marking, we're either going to count that marking and leave the ballot in the contest, or we're going to declare that ballot an exhausted ballot, a ballot that we will not be counting in any future round of the election. Ballots can't sort of be brought back to life because we want to make sure that there's not these ballots popping in and out. Then on the second question,
Hop in and out.
so RC Tab, the software that we've developed, can handle all variety of marking rules or of like adjudication rules, handling rules for skipped rankings. I do suggest not being super strict and saying a ballot exhausts after a single skip, just because I think it's likely that a voter may accidentally skip a ranking. There are jurisdictions that have a rule that exhausts a ballot after 2 consecutive skip rankings instead. And that's pretty standard. Like the 2 existing rules in the US are count a ranking, ignore any skipped rankings, which is what you've just been looking at, or the other standard practice is count a ranking, but if there's 2 consecutive skips before the next ranking, then the ballot will exhaust.
Thank you. Do any jurisdictions exhaust the ballot if you miss any ranking?
If you miss a single ranking, I
Yeah.
believe that's in regulation in Colorado, but I don't think it's used anywhere else. So that's
Could we do
in,
that? Could we do it in California? Could we do it here in Redondo Beach?
yeah, you can. I do, from my personal perspective, it feels a little harsh to the voter because I think it's more likely that they accidentally skipped a ranking rather than
You want to
intentionally. skipped.
invalidate it or you want to exhaust it?
Well, it may be the same thing. I don't want to exhaust any ballots, but at the same time, we're going forward with ranked choice voting and people have to follow the rules. And now we're saying, well, he didn't list anyone or she in 1, but we'll just pretend they did and give them 2. Oh, we'll give them 1 chance, but now they did it again. So now we'll invalidate it. no one wants to be, quote, harsh, but this is the policy and procedure the city's adopted through its voters. Ranked choice voting is essentially what's available. That's what we're doing. So I'm a little torn. I mean, part of me says, you got to do this correct or your ballot, we can't count it. We're not going to do ESP. We're not going to try to figure it out. And so part of me is, this is an invalid ballot. We got to be super clear on our reach out to voters and tell them, do not skip. So, I'm going to marinate on that a little bit, but I am really concerned
Well,
about
to me,
it.
it's very similar to the overvote. We're throwing them out if they overvote.
And it's very similar to the overvote. So,
Can you look at, pull up 2-2.407?
She has it.
Want me to read this? I mean, I can read
Yeah,
this.
that's what it says. It says they don't count.
After each round, any ballots that is not counting is either an undervote, overvote, or exhausted ballot. Any ballot that has been declared an undervote, overvote, or exhausted shall remain so and shall not count towards any candidate in that round or in sequential rounds.
so that's how the ordinance is written now?
Yep.
All right, I'm in favor of keeping it the way it
So
is.
we define them differently in case you wanted to come up with different rules for them. But per that section, you're not counting anyone with an undervote or an overvote.
Hold on. Is it an undervote if somebody ranks two of the candidates and then doesn't rank the other three candidates? Is that an undervote because they haven't exhausted all the rankings?
No, the only time.
You would eliminate that person's ballot, Councilmember Barrett?
I didn't hear, what was the example?
Let's say there's 5 candidates for mayor, 2 of them, you vote for 2 of them, you say, I'm not gonna even cast a vote for these other 3. And now that's an undervote, right?
No, because there's consecutive votes. As long as they rank it 1 and 2, they're under no obligation to vote for it.
As soon as there's a skipped round, it's an undervote.
Okay.
If they leave round 1 blank, it's an undervote. If they root out any round,
see
it's
that.
an undervote. And as your ordinance currently is written, an undervote is treated the same as an overvote.
Okay, but looking what's on the board, isn't it clear this person likes pelicans, dolphins, and starfish in that order?
I'm not arguing. I'm
just
like,
asking, I guess, the fellow council members who want to eliminate this ballot.
No one wants to eliminate it, but because we don't know what their preference is
I mean,
for their
I think
first
their
vote.
preference is indicated,
So
right?
currently, as it's written, just so that we're clear, right now, in this instance, no one chose a candidate for the first ranking. Under the way that the ordinance is currently written, for that section, it shall not count towards any candidate in that round or in subsequent rounds. So that would exhaust the ballot as it's currently written. They would not continue any further. That ballot would be eliminated. It would stop.
Wait, but you have 2.406, which says, in the skipping case, you go on to the next one. So going back to the ballot, this ballot would count, and it would count for pelicans, dolphins, and starfish in that order under the current ordinance. Or there's a conflict and ambiguity in our ordinance as drafted currently. It's an ambiguity at the least.
I don't understand why we're saying if somebody puts 2 in their number 1 ranking, we invalidate their whole vote. But here, if you skip 1, we can suddenly know exactly why they did that.
Okay. Undervote means a ballot, any ballot that has no candidates indicated at any ranking. Okay. So an undervote is just,
That's
an undervote. That's it.
That's a traditional undervote.
Yeah, but that's how undervote is defined in the ordinance as drafted currently. That is the only thing that's an undervote. Skipped ranking means ballot
Skipped
containing a high
ranking.
ranking with no candidate indicated and contains a lower ranking.
An item.
Okay.
And we didn't create these definitions, they came up from other, but so the education should be fun for this, and we can monkey with the definition. But
To Councilmember Baji's point, it looks like 2406 and 2407 may be inconsistent and something that we would have to decide on.
Well,
or-
that's why, so
It's
pull
not-
up the definitions.
It's not when you look at the definition of undervote.
Right.
The way that it was interpreted initially, what undervote was interpreted as.
A missed round.
Skipped.
Yeah, skipped. Skipped ranking does not create an undervote. It's a skipped ranking.
So then what Councilman Barrett was saying is a skipped vote is similar to an overvote, but we're treating them differently.
But he's,
Right,
what
and
he's saying is a skipped
the
ranking.
problem is the definition of undervote has no candidates indicated it at any ranking. That could be also interpreted as, well, in round two, they had no candidates ranked for round two.
So to shortcut this, what Councilmember Barrett would advocate for, from what I understand, is an elimination of 2-2406 and include in 2-2407 undervotes, overvotes, skipped rankings, and exhausted ballots.
And I think it makes it cleaner for the exercise that we just had.
Cleaner.
Well, because
If we
then.
go in that policy direction.
If you go in that policy direction, then you're not going to get into what is the definition, what is the definition of undervote? Does that also describe as a skipped ranking?
So in this scenario that you were describing with all those eliminated, or yes, eliminated ballots, we're basically saying, if you don't fill it out properly, your ballot will not be counted.
That's the message.
Now, doesn't that confuse though somebody, if you don't fill it out fully, somebody's gonna say, they're gonna slip up and say, and so somebody's gonna think that they have to cast a vote for everybody.
That's a great point. And I actually, not to jump in, I actually had some language I was going to propose. You're not obligated to rank a candidate you don't want to vote for. When ranking candidates, select a different candidate for each ranking. You may rank as many or as few candidates as you choose. Some of this is already in the ordinance, but I think you're putting your finger on it. We got to be crystal clear.
Because people are gonna come back and read the ordinance.
Well, it's going to be in the materials. It's going to be.
It's ranked choice voting.
It's going to be in the mailer, right? People, hey, I'm
Education.
opening up my ballot, I'm ready to vote. That's clear.
But I think to the consultant's point, it is a little harsh because I could see people saying, this person is my first vote. I like this person so much better, and I'll hold my nose and vote, and I'm going to rank them down number 6. And your true choices are ignore the second choice or the 6th choice, or elevate choice number 6 up to choice number 2. And
Or they put, somebody as number 1, that's their favorite, and the person they absolutely detest is number 6.
that's what I said.
Okay.
And so your choice is either you ignore, but they don't detest him as much or her as much as the rest of the candidates. Your choice is either ignore their choice of 6 versus the other candidates, or elevate that 6th rate choice to the second choice. And that's a policy call for all of you.
But what he's intimating is we eliminate the ballot completely and don't count the 1 or the 6,
Well,
right?
that's one of the 2 choices I just gave it.
I'm trying to figure out what are we going to do?
That was one of the choices, which is you eliminate it.
The easiest, I think the easiest thing in this whole thing to do is rank somebody number 1. I don't feel like people are gonna have a hard time with that. And to the extent they express of 1 vote for somebody, I think we should preserve that as much as possible.
So are you saying we should eliminate a ballot and if you fill it out properly, you're good. If you don't fill it out properly, it will be eliminated. But if you, let's say, put a choice for rank number 1, and then you made a mistake later in your ballot, you get to stay? Is that what you're saying?
Could you do it, two questions, I'm not advocating it quite
What you
yet.
just asked is two different questions, though.
No, but I'm not, that, you raise a good point. Could you say that and say, somebody says 1 and 2 correctly, but then they skip and they go down to 5? Could you preserve the 1 and 2 and then eliminate everything after that? Also, for the expert on the line, how often is it that people are skipping rankings? Do we have any data on that?
Chris?
So I don't have hard numbers on that. I find that it varies by jurisdiction. I'll
You
say,
have soft numbers?
I honestly, I don't. That's something that people, like, we've done some research into it, but I can't say like it's always 1%, but I know it's a relatively low number. I know it's under 1% of voters, but I don't know like exactly what the number is. I think the other thing that's worth noting is that a lot of the text in here was drawn from the California Secretary of State's guidelines on ranked choice voting, and they included the skipped ranking rule that is currently in the text of the ordinance. So that might be one thing to consider, is just staying aligned with the Secretary of State's guidelines as well.
Okay, thank you.
And as I mentioned, the vast majority of cities use these definitions.
So Madam Clerk, back to my original question. If you had somebody who filled out their ballot correctly up until choice 2, choice 3, and then skipped a ranking or skipped multiple rankings, could you preserve the initial proper portion of their ballot and discard the rest?
So I would have to defer it to Chris, because I don't know how the system.
Okay, would that work on this Dominion, or what do we have? We have
Heart.
yeah. That system. Sorry, I was about to sneeze, but you're taken away. All right.
So Chris?
Yeah, so the way any ballot is processed when you're counting ranked choice voting is you'll count markings until you run into a mismarking. So if someone has marked the ballot properly for all 6 rankings, we'll check each of those rankings as the rounds go on if their candidates are getting eliminated. If someone marks the ballot properly first in the first choice, that first choice gets eliminated, marks the ballot properly for the second choice, and that candidate gets eliminated. And then there's an overvote. The ballot will go inactive, will exhaust when it hits that overvote, but it will have been counted for those first 2 rankings. And similarly, if you encounter a skip, the ballot will be counted up until the point that
Okay.
skip.
So that would be my preferred means to go, is count it as far as it's properly filled out and then discard the rest.
So it would be essentially eliminating skipped ballots. And then once they reach that point, it's an exhausted ballot, just like an overvote. You're still going to count its first place vote, but if they have 2 candidates for.
Okay, it's exhausted, not voided.
Yeah, it's exhausted. So you'd remove the skipped ranking section and just include, as you suggested, Councilmember Barrett, would you include skipped rankings into the 2? Of course, you'd have to renumber the entire section, but, or someone would.
I'm good with that.
General feeling on that?
It should,
Yeah, I'm good with that.
it should stop there.
I think that's what the consultant was saying. It's counted until there's a mistake, and then at that point, it's exhausted.
Yeah.
And we should be consistent on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should stop there.
Okay.
Because you can't, if you're gonna not count the first, they don't fill it in the beginning correctly, You stop there. It's apply that same principle across the board. And if you don't, then you're now interpreting their intent. And there might be some people, to the conversation last time, are trying to game the system. Well, now if you're trying to game the system and you're skipping something, you've just thrown your vote out. Do it right.
Do it right.
Follow the rules.
Follow the rules.
Just to make sure it's crystal clear, so if you only want to vote for 3 people, and there's 6, and you do those first 3 as 1, 2, 3, you count.
Mhm.
You don't get thrown out when they go to the 4th round and there's a 0, and
There's no obligation to vote in
Okay.
any later rounds, and that's written in.
That sounds consistent.
Sounds right.
So
Okay.
just to be clear, it's eliminating 2.406, including skipped rankings in 2407, however that's renumbered.
Yes. Okay. This is so easy.
Yeah. I'd like to just ask a question, maybe just get clarification. If a voter ranks a first candidate, they rank a second candidate, okay? If their first candidate is eliminated in the 6th round, their second ranked candidate becomes their vote, correct?
Correct.
All right. So, yeah.
Peel off the sticky.
Huh?
You peel off the sticky.
Feel bad for purple.
Seriously, come from behind victory.
Okay, so the next one is undervote, which you've already seen. We know that if they don't vote for any, and we will get ballots that have nothing. So it'll be considered undervote. Okay, the next one is just, what is an exhausted vote?
I'm exhausted.
Uh-oh, what happened?
You haven't even voted yet.
I
Exhausted
know,
voter?
I'm already exhausted.
Okay, so an
yeah.
exhausted ballot, as
That's
you
what we
know,
just-
based on 2-2.407, will
Yeah, no,
be
no,
undervotes, overvotes,
Oh, yeah.
skipped rankings,
Bring in 10.
and they'll be considered exhausted ballots. Okay.
So just to be clear, if you voted for 3 out of 6, and one of those 3 is still running, you're not like saying you're throwing out their vote.
No.
They just,
They stay there.
Okay.
Because they're still
Still in the running.
running,
I
correct?
got it. Okay, I just want to make sure.
You're not obligated to rank every candidate. We got to be very clear about that. You're not obligated.
Okay.
You just can't vote for 2 in a round, and you can't skip around.
You can't skip around, correct?
Yeah. Let's keep it really simple.
And that will
Unless
make
it's the tail
education.
end. I mean, that's true, unless it's the tail end. Like, you can skip the last 3 rounds.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. And then, so those were, I don't know if anybody has more questions before we go into this on ranked choice voting or any other things on the ordinance.
And it's important, you can make changes to the ordinance tonight and still adopt it at your next meeting. But if you make further revisions next meeting, you will then have to bring it back for, yeah, so you'll have to bring it back for second reading and adoption, so make.
Can you, can you pull up 2-2.403 on the screen, make it a little bigger, please? Yeah. A little bigger, and where the paragraph, quote, vote by ranking candidates in your order of choice. So you put a cursor there, please, someone. Yeah. Vote by ranking candidates in your order of choice. You may rank as many or as few candidates as you choose. Select a different candidate for each ranking. Select only one candidate in each ranking. Ranking more candidates will not hurt your higher ranked candidates. Do not skip rankings. Do we need to add anything into the ordinance consistent with what we discussed tonight? Or is that, it's fine, and whatever we need to add will be part of the outreach? Like, for example, you're not obligated to rank a candidate you don't want to vote for. People should know that. Do we need to put it in the ordinance, or do we put it in the educational materials? Or the only way we can ensure the educational materials have what we're talking about is to put it in the ordinance?
that is not so much a legal question, but as a, how can, this is the language that is common. I actually think this language works even better given the amendments you've made already to the ordinance, because you're not treating them any differently, But I can't say that there would be anything improper about putting that in, if you wish.
Is there any appetite to put it in, or just keep it with the educational materials?
Keep it with educational material.
Educational?
Keep it simple.
Keep it simple. Okay.
I don't understand the last sentence. Do not skip rankings.
Yeah, we'll see.
So,
No, but-
so
You
that
can,
was,
though.
that, well, remember, go up to the definition of skip ranking.
Yeah, it's.
So in other words,
It
what
takes
you
out.
just decided
Yeah.
was any ballot with a skipped ranking
Yeah.
is not going to count.
To-
Once you get to that skipped rank.
Once the minute
Yeah.
you leave a
You're making
round
this-
blank, your ballot no longer
All right,
counts.
it's going to be.
Now, it could be, you could come up with a better way of describing
That's
that.
It's
what
going
I'm
to be,
saying.
it's
The
going to be
wording
deemed
is not-
exhausted at the point of the skip.
That's
But
the
then
wording is not.
again,
The
remember,
wording's
not-
this is not the language that Councilman Barrett
Yeah.
said wasn't language that we're using in the ordinance. It was in the ordinance. Can you go back to it? It's the direction to the clerk that the
down.
educational materials will have something like language similar to that. And I don't think you're going to use exhausted or the other type of language. If you can come up with a better way, that's what I was saying to Councilman Barron. If you think there's a cleaner way to describe it, go ahead, because all you're doing in that section is telling the clerk or future clerks, hey, you got to tell them language substantially similar. So if there
Yeah.
is, having gone through this,
Yeah.
if there's a cleaner way, less legalese to describe it,
I think we need to have something in there that says you need to start in your, you have to start with the first ranking.
Yeah.
There's nothing in the language right now that says you must start
It-
at rank number
There
one.
has to be a
Maybe.
ranking of number one.
it may be, do not skip any round of ranking. So they know, don't skip around. But then you should probably put in your language about, you can vote for, you don't have to, it's hard to articulate both. You don't have to vote for,
Do it would actually be, do not skip the candidates, do not skip candidates in rankings, or do not skip any of your candidates with their rankings. It's not do not skip rankings, because Councilmember Baji said is actually 100% correct. If you only want to do 3 votes, you only do top 3, you don't do the second 3. And that's technically speaking, it's skipping.
Nothing
So-
after skipping a ranking is going to count.
Right.
It's a simple way of putting it.
Yeah.
So all great points. Councilmember Lowenstein is making the case. Do not skip rankings. What does that mean? And we're the people writing it. And it's, and to the city attorney's point, upon closer read, the ordinance dictates that this language has to be included as part of the instructions provided to voters. So this is the main information.
And we're going to be taking this information and put it in it.
And not every voter looks at their piece of literature, but
Right,
every
that's
voter
the
will
problem.
open.
Well,
That's the
the
problem.
voter
So
outreach.
we need to
Right.
clean this up right now.
Well, so can we just ask the clerk to bring us back what she intends to put on the ballot for our review at some point?
well, no, but see, now's the time that you're introducing the ordinance. This is contained in the ordinance, telling the clerk what she has to put on the ballot. And if you amend that on your meeting of the 3rd, then you're not going to be able to
You gotta do
Are we
pass
at
it
the
on
end
the
of the
3rd.
options that you're asking us for?
I'm sorry.
Are we at the end of the options? So do you want to take a break and go back and author
Hold
this
on.
and bring
Why-
it back?
Maybe.
Why do we need to author what
Yeah.
the clerk is going to put on the ballot when that's her job pursuant to our
We can
direction?
wordsmith that later, though.
Yeah, right. Can't we wordsmith that later?
Why is this?
Okay,
quotation?
so scroll down to 2-2.403, scroll up, I guess. So look at C, instructions provided to the voters shall conform substantially to the following specifications, but may be modified based on ballot design. Maybe there's not enough room where so you're telling her through the act of passing this ordinance, and you're
Oh, to
telling
the following.
future
Okay.
clerks. So the clerk doesn't have that discretion because you're giving her that direction right now. And so
Okay, so what-
I think it makes sense to take a break.
What if we change that to say that the instruction provided to the voter shall conform substantially to the ordinance? And then we work with the clerk, until the date we have to publish a ballot with ranked choice voting
I think we can do
on the language. Or we do it right
Why
now.
not, we just say,
Either
vote by
is,
ranking
either is
candidates.
fine. I think it helps to have the language in there and what's going to change in the future, because you're always going to have super crowded agendas. And, we've been talking about this. Well, from when you chose to put it on the ballot. And then when the clerk brought it back in January, and then we talked about it again when we bought the ordinance a couple of months ago. And so you're always going to have trouble. You're always going to have multiple other stuff. It makes sense if you and Councilman Barrett were Brown acting together, go take a.
So I think
Oh, okay, don't. So you can each independently go in your.
if you said something like, do not skip rankings, example must be 1, 2, 3, not 1, 3, 4, 5.
Why not? Yeah.
But then again, you probably, at that point, you want to put some language like Councilman Barrett said, like you don't have to, like, it's hard to get across.
Yes.
So the notion that you don't have to put more than one with, you can't skip any round, however.
Who are
Why
you
not?
Brown acted with?
Can we
We-
continue this item to the end of the agenda so we
Absolutely.
can work on it?
Absolutely.
During
So it's
in the meantime?
up to all of you, but yeah. It's just,
I
it's just that the clerk needs to have
You're
this.
going to talk to this.
There might be.
Vote by ranking candidates in your order of choice. Start with rank 1, period.
Do not skip a ranking.
Do not skip a round of ranking.
And then following that, you can say you may rank as many or as few candidates as you choose.
Yeah.
Or you could put, you can rank as many or as few, but do not skip a round of ranking.
But do not stay. And so, yes, vote by ranking candidates in your choice of order. Start with first.
It's do not skip a ranking.
You can't use round.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to.
Do
Round
not
is
skip a
not-
ranking.
Yeah.
Right.
That could
But
be
start
confused too.
with your first
Rank.
ranking. Start with rank 1.
There must be a rank line.
I mean, I have some language I'll just read. We don't have to decide it now. I think it captures what you said.
Can
Some
you
of it.
Can you put it up?
I'm-
Or are you still
can read it.
drafting it?
It's not really ready for prime time.
Okay.
Wow.
Where there sketches on it or something?
You're getting blushy over there.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Okay, well, why
I'll
don't
read
we?
it through, let it percolate, and then we could decide what to do.
Okay.
Coffee.
All right. Vote by ranking candidates in your order of choice. You may rank as many or as few candidates as you choose. You are not obligated to rank a candidate that you do not want to vote for. When ranking candidates, select a different candidate for each ranking. Select only one candidate in each ranking. You must list at least a first-ranked candidate. If you vote for more than one candidate in a ranking, your ballot will become invalid. Ranking more candidates will not hurt your higher-ranked candidates. All rankings must be listed consecutively.
Yes.
Do not skip rankings.
But is that disingenuous? Because ranking more candidates does hurt their number one ranking?
I mean, we could
It's too long.
It is too long.
Yeah. Strike it. That's currently in this.
But I like where you're going, but it is
Yeah.
long. I like where you're going. It is explanatory.
I think it also should talk about the instructions first and then say, you can vote for more than one or as few as you want. But the first part should say, start with rank 1.
You must list at least a first-ranked candidate
Yes.
Yeah,
As number
start
one.
with that.
right off the bat.
As
Yeah.
a first choice or a top choice candidate ranked as number 1.
Well, the problem with that, though, this part is fine because I get to play devil's advocate to the language that you provide. There are some votes historically where they don't want to cast a vote for a particular race. They're only showing up to vote for mayor or their city council person. There's no obligation for them to cast a ballot for another candidate. So I don't think you can say you must have a number one choice.
For each elected office.
Yeah, so that's the problem.
For each elected office.
Is that the last of the options?
Yes, and then we
And
have the
what was the
vote.
rest of the briefing?
And then
So we have
education.
voter outreach plan right after this.
You have what? I couldn't hear
The
you.
voter outreach plan. We have that next.
Okay, let's go through that.
It might be best to.
All right, I'll work on this.
Real quick, on the ties, 2-2.405 ties. My assumption here is in the event that two or more candidates tie for the fewest number of votes, the candidate to eliminate shall be chosen by lot. Lot equals coin flip?
Or shortest straws, and you make a
Shortest
great
straw.
point. It could be either one. It's up to the discretion of the council, so maybe we need to make that decision now.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Doesn't it say that it would be selected, the winner would be the candidate who received the higher number of votes in round one?
No, that's,
They're two different ones.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
if you have a tie. What? If you have a tie, except for the last final two candidates, it's lot.
Got it.
If it's the final two candidates, it's the one that had more first place votes. I think the consultant doesn't particularly like that one, but I think we put it in there, in some cities, a minority use that, and it goes along with what the majority of you have expressed. Like, the first place vote is really a voter's best indication of who their top priority is. So rather than if it's one of the two gets seated in that elected office, it really should be the one with the higher number of first place votes.
so what is the definition of lot?
Easily it's
In the,
straw.
well, it's in the ordinance, and part of me just
Right, we
jumped
have a
in.
resolution.
It's in the resolution, and I think you had provided it.
Yeah,
It's-
flip a coin, yes.
Or draw lots.
Yes, or draw lots.
And maybe if we should decide right now as part of this ordinance which one it is, so we don't have
Yeah.
to come back and say, what do you guys want to do? We have a tie.
Yep.
I
Should
think it's a
decide
big
right
metal
there.
cage. Wait for one person to come out.
Lock them up in here. Whoever gets out first
Yeah, that one's a resolution, so we can,
survives the
That
longest.
was a resolution to put them in a
Survives the
cage?
longest.
wait a minute.
Escape. Elective office, I took before, you just listening.
It was attached to your agenda, I think, of the 3rd.
Solve a Rubik's Cube. Shall go to the vote of the council.
Surf off.
Sounds like Escape from New York. Escape from LA.
Duel.
Yeah.
What are we waiting on?
What lot? Definition of lot?
Wait a minute. I might have-
Ooh, should we be done by poker?
Did you blue folder it on the 6th?
I don't think I did.
No.
So it's not on the handbook.
Violation.
Look for it, because I think I know.
Maybe the 23rd.
It's in the,
Well,
candidate-
we're
I
taking
know
a
it's in the
break without
candidate's
taking a break.
handbook. Oh, no, I can't get access to us.
What do you need, HDMI?
Yeah.
We're gonna have to look at that. So that's gonna be a little
Look at that.
It's not on there. You have to go to the list.
Presented it to them. Just remember what.
So while we're waiting on that, you ready to project?
I think so.
Can you, what's
Checking
the,
upon us?
3B.
I found the resolution. Can you put my screen on?
Yeah, let's see.
Just summon. Oh,
That's interesting.
Wait.
I think it should be like a bingo cage.
So, wait. This,
So you had
Is-
this on the 30th. It was included as your blue folder on your September 30th meeting. Because we're talking about ties, and we're talking about adding that second sentence where instead of this process, which is the default, you would go if it's the final two first choice votes. So, and it's up to you whether you leave it per reso or you define in the ordinance how the tie will be broken.
So let me ask a question. So I think it's very clear in the last round what you do if there's a tie. But if there's a previous round where there's a tie, we're saying we have to summon them in and draw a name from an envelope?
Whatever you want to say. That's what currently the council reso is, which is why
So
the
we're going
clerk.
to stop in between rounds, summon people.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that has to be a publicly announced meeting.
Yeah.
Correct.
With noticing and all that, and we're going to wait 3 days and.
Well, this reso wasn't written with the idea of ranked choice
Ranked choice
voting.
voting.
So that's why the clerk provided it to you at the end of July in case you wanted to change it. Now, you
But if
don't
we
have
have an
to,
interim round where
you don't
there's-
have to change that tonight.
Okay.
Because you can update this reso afterwards. If you just want to leave it, it's the ordinance that you have to introduce basically as you're going to pass it in your next meeting. But the reso, you can say, okay, where it says lot, this is the process we're going to use, and we're going to update it because it's not practical to follow it if there are ties in, and there are exponentially more possibility of having ties with lower number of voters.
Yep.
So. Okay.
So we'd say by resolution, we change that text.
We can just change it. Right now, this exists because of resolution. So this is resolution.
No, I'm talking about in that language we were looking at on the
Leave it
tie.
as lot and then,
And then we can redefine what lot means.
yep. If you want, or you can say as determined by law, or it's the, determine,
In accordance with the reso.
what?
In accordance with the reso, is what.
Yeah, in
Accordance
accordance
with
with
the
the resolution as the city council will pass. I just hesitated because you don't want to have them messing with the reso after the election if they favor one of
But we may
the,
not choose the term lot.
Yeah.
Because lot does have some meaning.
yeah.
Yeah.
Can't we also do the earlier rankings by the number of first place votes they got?
You can't, because if
No.
it's a tie in the,
Official route.
if it's a tie in the first round.
Oh,
they'll
that's
do-
true. If it's the
they'll-
first, but the
they'll-
second
Yeah,
round, you
if
could-
it's the first round, no, right.
and it's the cage of death.
And you can have, you could choose at the clerk, you could choose the putting names in an envelope, and the clerk will have someone choose it, which they can do unless the city clerk is up for
Election, yeah.
election.
Couldn't we write it into the ordinance now that city council shall meet the day after? I mean, would that be considered an emergency meeting?
You don't have to have the council present. I mean, like, I'm not certain. And
Right.
they're always the problem. Well, what happens if council members aren't there? Or what happens if
Yeah.
council members
Then it
no
stops,
quorum.
then it stops the process.
Right.
You can't go forward. So,
I think it might make sense to have the clerk, if it's not a race for clerk, or may make sense to actually have the chief deputy clerk or designee choose names out of an envelope, and it will be in public as part of the counting process, equal size names. And then you have to have an alternative method of breaking the tie if the clerk is involved in the race.
that's what I think.
So we need to come up with a definition by next time, or by time.
No, you either need to, if you're going to put it in the ordinance, you need to come up with it tonight, or,
Next time.
Per resolution.
I think we should put it in the ordinance.
so you need to come up with it tonight so you can adopt it next time with that language already in it, because you're making a substantive change, that will be a reintroduction, or you can just leave it as is, or, and then change it by resolution, or you can just say, as determined by resolution of the city council, no fewer than X number of days before the election.
I vote that.
So that way, there's no gaming or monkeying with the resolution process once we know who the two candidates could be. And that gives you a little more time to come up with a resolution.
Okay.
The order in which the commissions were interviewed.
Okay, why don't we show Council Member Barrett's screen? What's your number?
3B.
3B, please.
Okay.
We didn't have a consensus on it, did we?
So I took the language from 2-2.403 and then just added some proposed edits and track changes for consideration by the council. And then I can make edits here.
I think that conveys what.
And it takes care of my concern with the language you put in the first sentence up above.
Okay.
What about if you skip a rank, you're
First ranked. You must list
Yeah,
at least one.
it might make sense to use maybe if you take that, it might make sense to talk about what they should do. Only one candidate, all rankings must be consecutive, and then put it will become invalid at the end and apply it to both the situations. Right now, you only have it applying to the overvote and not to the undervote. And per the direction you just gave us, it would apply equally to both in the skip rankings.
and it's only invalid from the point where you screwed up.
I think also we need to put in here, all rankings must be listed consecutively, comma, do not skip rankings,
Yeah, it's,
in there.
comma. Because
Okay, yeah.
of what Councilmember Obaji said to Councilmember Lowenstein's point, what happens if you skip the last three? Somebody could intuitively, very smartly read it, well, I'm skipping the last three.
Right. I have some slightly different language.
Because I could see
I'm not-
someone
Your HDMI.
I'm not sure it's clear, but,
You want it?
I mean, if we're working on this.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can you put it in simple markup, please?
Simple markup.
But no, the right, where it says all markup over there, there's a drop down,
There you
simple
go.
markup.
Simple.
and before we go on, so nothing's, what do you think about Councilmember Nierenheim's point about in the fourth paragraph, deleting the period after consecutively, making it a comma and putting do not skip right there.
do not skip a rank.
So just
Not a proper
lowercase, there you go.
Do not skip a rank.
Shouldn't it be a semicolon?
I just wonder if this is like a bunch of rules like you'd see on the LSAT, where you've got to figure out ultimately what the destination is.
Logic.
And not, too much, it's like super logical. So I kind of did something different here, which may be on the other extreme. If we could show that just for food for thought, maybe we incorporate some of this into.
Which number?
He's got it, same one.
Let's see, what, 2B?
So you're in favor of them removing logic games from the LSAT?
I can't, I don't have that thing, so I need to plug it
I
into
love the
this.
LSAT.
And then I need to plug it into here. 3B it can stay.
You're not
3B.
plugged into 3B.
He is.
Wait, wait. Yeah, 3B.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Vote by ranking candidates in your order of choice. You may rank as many or few candidates as you choose, as long as you start with rank 1. If you continue casting rankings after rank 1, continue to rank 2, and so on consecutively until you've completed ranking your preferred candidates. You must select a different candidate for each ranking. Select only one candidate in each ranking. Do not skip rankings, but you do not need to rank each candidate.
I think that's also good.
Also, rules based?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, do we need to, no, you could keep it. That was it.
Yeah.
Do we need to mention specifically if you don't do this, your ballot will become invalid or no?
No, I think it's implied.
Yeah.
Do this.
Right, do
And it
this.
only
Do this.
becomes invalid at the round where you
Okay.
first screwed that up. So that's
Do
confusing.
you want to put that back up?
Oh, you were considering this. I thought you said that was.
Yeah, no, it's not as formal as a document that would appeal to me, and obviously Councilman Barrett. But voters, it doesn't tell them what the consequence is, but it tells them what the rules are, and I don't know that you need to warn them in the directions of the potential consequences.
That can be in the educational
Education.
material.
Does this capture everything that we've been speaking about?
I think so.
I think so.
While the city attorney's eyeballing it, city clerk or deputy chief clerk have any comments or questions about our proposed revision to 2-2403?
Do we have to say there's a limit of 6? Can only rank up to 6.
Well, it'll be on there, that's all that you
Oh,
can.
there won't be 6 columns. yeah.
Right. The only thing, little concern, it doesn't say you don't have to vote for all the races,
Right.
you know.
What
So
says you
voter
can vote,
fatigue.
rank as many or as few candidates, which implies that.
As long as you start with rank 1. And so
Says to
I'm
do
not,
that.
well, but if, you don't have to put a candidate for 1 if you don't like any of the candidates for X race.
Oh.
You know, you're only showing up because you think one council candidate is just outstanding and you're going to vote for them, but you didn't take the time to learn who the candidates for city attorney or city
Right.
treasurer, city clerk
In
are.
our original language, did it say that you could not vote at all?
I think in the first paragraph, the first sentence before the comma, that
Vote by ranking candidates in your order of choice. You may rank as many or few candidates as you choose. Select different candidates for each ranking. Select only one candidate. Ranking more candidates will not hurt your heart. So it doesn't,
say
it doesn't
it
express.
didn't in there, but I think Scott, it did. Just alerting it, if you can
I would just,
show Scott's again
well,
real
I would
quick.
just say two things. One, maybe add into yours, if you could go back, stay where you are. Add in that sentence of you may rank as many or as few candidates as you choose, unless that's already captured. Yeah, you have that as the second sentence. And then I think the city attorney's point was, do we have to make it, go ahead.
Oh, so it's, he was saying as long as you start with rank 1 is kind of intimating that you
Right.
have to start.
Right, and he had can you read the first part of your first sentence as
Yeah,
amended?
for each elected office that you vote for.
Yeah,
Must
so
list a
if you
first
put
rank
that
candidate.
in there,
Okay, hold on.
it-
For each elective office.
Well, it would
I
be
would put that
the,
at the
I think the
beginning.
start
The
of the
very beginning.
second sentence.
I would put it at the beginning.
Yep.
Well, but if you read so for each elected office, you may rank as many or
Put
as
it at
few
the very beginning.
choices.
What did you say? For each elective office
I
for
was
which
going
you
to put it at
vote?
the very beginning,
For-
but
That you vote for,
Before vote by.
but however you
Yeah.
want to capture it.
like,
Or you could put it at the very beginning before vote by ranking.
Yeah, put in
candidates.
the very beginning because that's the premise.
Yeah.
Oops.
And sausage.
For each elective office for which you vote, vote by ranking candidates in your order of choice. You rank as many or few candidates as you choose, as long as you start with rank 1. If you continue casting rankings after rank 1, continue rank 2. Select a different candidate for each rank.
The vote by just for which you vote. Rank.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. How about for which you wish to vote?
They're not wishing for anything, they're voting.
Select for which you vote, rank candidates your choice. You
care
rank
to
as many if you can, as you choose.
Yeah, after rank 2.
After choose. As long as you start with
And then after rank 2.
I like it.
If you choose, continue.
Oh, no, delete that comma. I'm sorry. You were good.
I mean, if the engineer wants to tell the lawyer how to write.
I've written quite a bit. I think we should close with resistance is futile. Okay,
We're good?
I like it.
you guys all, the council all good with that?
I'm good.
Straw vote? Anybody against this wording?
No?
Okay,
And I think it's fine, and we'll have another crack because the clerk is going to prepare language that needs to substantially comply and presumably would take any further suggestions we have at that time.
Does that make sense?
Just looking at the last one.
Just that last,
Yeah,
on the
but you,
last line, it says, but you need not, instead
Yeah.
of you do not need
Do not
to
need.
rank, to rank each candidate.
literally going to say the same thing.
Yep.
But you do not need to rank each candidate. Okay, cool.
I like
What do you
do
think?
not.
Sounds more fun, but.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. So is that it?
That's good.
Did
Fun.
did we
need to
complete
discuss
with
the
the
lot
ties?
thing. Yep.
The
Nice.
lot thing, we do. We had no agreement on that.
Let's
We
go
just,
back to the lot.
Okay. Please send us that.
I heard
What?
something about,
Yeah, no, we'll get the email. We'll get the email.
You
on
want
that.
this email?
Don't
Yeah.
worry, we'll get it.
okay.
Ah,
Okay,
Now let's get back to the lot question.
to the ties,
So where is lot in this?
ties right there.
Ties.
It's a tiebreaker.
Okay.
That's interesting.
So there was a suggestion.
What do other cities do on this?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what other, I could ask Chris.
Yeah.
Chris.
So every jurisdiction I'm aware of just relies on lots for breaking ties in ranked choice voting, whether it's in an early round to determine an elimination or to determine winners at the conclusion of tabulation. That's just the standard practice in ranked choice voting because that was ported over from standard practice in elections generally.
So do they notice the meeting or do they do it right in the counting?
there's been one tie ever that I'm aware of in ranked choice voting in the US in the 700 contests that have happened so far. It was in the final round, so it was noticed because that's what state law required. I don't know what exactly the time delay was, but I think it was 24 hours, 48 hours. For early round ties, because they've never occurred, I don't know what the practice is, but my sense from talking with jurisdictions about what they prefer to do is similar to what you were talking about with the sort of like practical concern of having to notice if you're breaking a tie between candidates to be eliminated. What they've done is just permit themselves to break that tie sort of within the city clerk's office or whatever the election official's office is, again, by some kind of like random process, but did not require themselves to post notice and gather the candidates for those sort of early round eliminations.
I think since the city clerk's an elected office, we should do someone who's not elected.
Chief Deputy.
Deputy city clerk.
Chief Deputy, yeah.
Are you guys okay with that? Are we okay with it as written and accept that we'll define lot by, well, we define it by resolution now, right? So are you guys okay with that the way it's written? With what he's saying is they do the lot no matter what, even if it's the last round,
No. I would rather go
the way it's written here.
the way it's written here, and the lot really should only be for the first go-around. After that, it should be the first ranking, whoever got more votes in the first ranking. So, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
That makes
Where you
sense.
decide, I mean, it's,
How do you guys feel about that? So, in the if the first ranking gets a tie for the last,
For the elimination.
for elimination, you do a lot. For every other one, you rely on the first vote.
the first ranking.
Yeah, the first ranking. The one with the most.
You mean the earlier rate?
Sorry. I do want to briefly interrupt to say the software cannot do that. The software can either receive input from like a human user telling it what the result of a real world tie breaking resolution was, or well, I guess that's really it. Like that's what it can do. That's why
You know what it
It's
is
going to be
into the first
manual
round.
input no matter what. So
Yeah.
if we get a readout after each round, you should be able to tell.
Right, the first.
Right.
You'll be able to
First
tell
ranking.
who was the highest in the first round one.
Yeah, so the computer won't do it, but somebody's gonna do it, right?
Right. So no matter which way you do it, it's got to be a manual input. It's
Right.
just what are you using as
Whatever
a.
that first report.
So
Right.
will the computer be able to read out who has how many numbers after the first round?
the result only gets reported out after the tabulation completes. So you need to break ties in order to get the results of the election.
Oh, you don't get, even if you do single rounds, you don't get tabulations
That's
after
not
the
what we
single
were
rounds?
told.
The tabulation is done all at once. So it takes, 5 seconds for the computer to process the results.
That's not the way it was described.
It's by round, though.
So
the
every
first round-
round has to be manually
No,
set.
sorry.
I mean, it's in the computer, but you have to tell the computer, do the next round.
No, wait. If this,
No, you don't.
so if it spits out and says, I got a tie, you have to break it, it won't tell you what the votes were?
It'll tell you who's tied in that round.
But it won't give you the rest of the breakdown.
Correct, because it was designed assuming you would be breaking the tie by lot.
What about
outside
in the final round if the final two candidates are tied?
Same. That's why I suggested,
Okay,
that's why I flagged that.
we don't really have a choice.
We don't have a choice here, the way the system's set up. It won't spit out interim results.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's not
So
what we
that's
were
why you
told.
can't audit it properly.
What about consistent with our logo, they've got to engage in a stealing contest?
No, they have to come up with a new
They have to come up with a new logo.
Yeah.
All right,
So can we go to star voting instead?
Lot it is.
Okay, so each.
So it sounds like we just have to go with lot. And we'll define how we do lot in the resolution.
For every round, every elimination round, and even in the final round to determine the winner. If it's a tie, the only way it could be done is by lot. Is that correct?
Yeah, and again, he said it's so rare.
It's rare.
It's so rare, 1 out of 700.
But we've had ties here before.
We have had ties,
had
but it's
ties.
different in
All right.
this.
So with that said, do
We have no choice.
Okay, so
Never had a tie?
how are we
No,
going to,
since
what,
I've
how do
been
we?
city clerk, or I have, there's no, it hasn't been tie here.
But
There was one that was by one.
Yeah, that was
So with
Ellen.
that said, how do you want to
Ellen
decide
Allen.
the lot?
Let's,
Coin flip?
let's get the clerk to
We can
come back
define
with.
that
she
by
can-
resolution.
What's the
confers with
legal
a bunch of other
aspect of
clerks,
this? Can
right?
we just simply do that? Even, I don't care if it's software capable or not. Is that even legally possible?
To do what?
What we're asking to do? Just go by lot every time?
That's what it's
That's
made.
what the
That's the
system's
election
designed to.
code, right? The election code is,
And because we can't audit that, is that legal as well?
What do you mean? Can't-
And audit a lot?
The 1% tally.
Here we go. That sounded like a question for you.
yeah.
No, that's actually not.
Look, it just,
You'll never find a statement from me at any of our meetings speaking on behalf of ranked choice voting, so it's not. However, it is certified by the Secretary of State, and lot is the most common means of breaking a tie. I am concerned with the statement from Chris that there's no way to get a report of the first round, because that's not what I understood. And as I mentioned, I copied this section, we copied it from another city that uses ranked choice voting.
They must have the Dominion initiative.
Yes. they must-
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
it sounds like we're stuck.
Sounds like we need to hear what options exist for lot,
And what
breaking
Dominion
a
does.
tie by a lot. So
Well, we don't have to define that here. We can define that by resolution.
And if you want, you can just say ties will be
Yeah.
broken
By
by
lot.
by lot,
I
as
get that, but-
defined in a council resolution, or you would just leave it by lot.
That sounds good.
Sounds good.
Everybody good with that?
So
As
we
good
got,
as we can be?
got no choice.
Councilmember Narenheim?
I'm looking on the internet right now for RCV,
Because the internet's such reliable.
well, tie breaking, no, literally,
We can
RCV.
decide that later.
Yeah. No?
As long as we can decide it, right, it says right here, in Portland. Portland City Council may have been first ranked, November 4th, 2021. Can we decide this later?
You just said that.
Yeah. As long as we can decide that later, you don't have to
Well,
put
we
it in
have
the
to
ordinance.
say lot tonight, from what I
Yeah, but
understand.
the method of lot is, can be decided.
Right.
Right,
The
that
only
can be said.
thing that so if you take out the final round,
Right.
that you have to decide tonight. But the method of lot, you can change, you can, as has been said, you can decide that later.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm good with that.
Councilmember Obaji.
I have a question. If you have two people who are tied, but this isn't the last round or the second to last round, can't you eliminate both of them?
We're not doing.
But I guess not. The machine requires you to input one of them as going forward. Got it.
Well, and also 2 and 3 may have the bulk of the next,
hidden votes,
the
just like
next
purple.
votes,
Right.
and they could skip
Right.
candidate 1.
But that's why I said it was the second to last or last round, but.
Okay. Is that the last thing we have to choose tonight?
I think so.
So what I got is 6 ranks, 2 write-ins,
Yes.
overvotes are out,
Option B,
singular batch, single.
yes,
Skip votes are, once you hit the skip, you're out.
right.
And we're wording it, we're ticking out.
Skip, it's exhausted.
No, skip votes is when you miss a round, and all of them are exhausted.
Right.
It's including skipped votes in the exhausted, just like,
Right.
Yeah.
the overvote.
Okay,
Yeah.
but he said out. Out.
Okay.
Are exhausted, okay. And then we are going with the the ties language, we're just going by lot, and we're going with the wording that you just emailed
Everybody.
to the clerk. So can I get a motion to that effect?
So moved.
And a second? Okay, now we'll take public comment on this item. Anybody wish to speak on RCV after all this discussion? Do we get any cards?
Yes.
We're gonna go by cards first. You're too anxious, Wayne. Okay, Steve Chesson,
Wow.
and then Marula Miranda
In the flesh.
Caballero.
Good evening, Mayor Light, council members. My name is Steve Chesson. I'm president of Californians for Electoral Reform. My wife and I are taking our daughter to LMU this week, so I thought I would testify in person at your meeting instead of by Zoom. I had a good phone conversation with the city clerk and the deputy city clerk some weeks ago concerning the instant runoff voting ordinance. I support the original ordinance drafted by the city clerk, but have concerns about at least one of the changes made by the city council this evening. On skipped rankings, and this is important, best practice in California is to ignore skipped rankings. That is, go to the next ranked candidate. Skipped rankings and overvotes are not the same. California law says that, quote, each ballot is counted if the intent of the voter can be determined, regardless of whether the voter has complied with the voting instructions, unquote. And the Secretary of State's ranked choice voting guidelines say skipped rankings should be ignored. They do not cause the ballot to become invalid at that point. Your proposed change violates those guidelines and goes against California law. I know a charter city does not have to follow California law in all cases, but I still wanted to point that out. On overvotes, since the voter intent is unclear once you reach an overvoted ranking, our organization recommends declaring a ballot invalid when an overvoted ranking is reached, but not before. We recommend allowing voters to rank as many candidates as they want, up to the limit of the equipment, as that is the best practice. Not all voters will want to rank all the candidates, but you shouldn't deny them the opportunity to do so. We also recommend allowing just one write-in space. That's what the Bay Area cities that use ranked choice voting do for each of their single-seat elections. But if you want to allow more than one, that's okay too. It should be no more than the number of rankings that the equipment allows. For single versus batch elimination, while batch elimination doesn't change the outcome, best practice is single elimination, except in the case of inconsequential ties, which I won't get into here. Suffice it to say, single elimination allows the winning candidate to see where their votes came from when supporters of eliminated suffice it to say, single elimination allows the winning candidate to see where their votes came from, which supporters of eliminated candidates rank them next versus ranking the runner-up next. With batch elimination, learning where their support came from is more difficult. Finally, we support the city clerk's voter outreach plan. Voter outreach and voter education are very important for a successful rollout of ranked choice voting, and both our organization and our sister organization, CalRCV, are willing to help with both voter education and, just as important, candidate education. Candidates need to learn how to run successful campaigns under ranked choice voting, and we are happy to teach any and all who are willing to learn. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I ask a question of Mr.
Yes, you
Chesney?
may. Oh, sir.
Okay, so on the skipped voting, your point about that maybe not being a good idea.
Yes.
As long as the voter picks their first ranked candidate?
No,
So
even if they skip the first ranking.
Even if they skip the first?
Even if they skip the first ranking, it is still counted by all the Bay Area cities. If they skip column 1, column 2 counts as their first choice.
But if someone puts 2 votes in the same rank, they're out.
That's an overvote, and that
Makes no
becomes
sense
invalid.
to me. You can still see the rest of their ranking.
But that is because if I rank Mr. Narenheim, if I put a check mark next to Narenheim in the first column,
Number one. Number
and
one.
also Mr. Bernhardt in the first column,
Barron.
and I put Miss, I'm going to.
Good luck.
Just Miss Page.
I put Ms. Pages in the second column. It's very difficult to determine voter intent. Clearly, I prefer Mr. Narenheim and Mr. Bernhardt over
wouldn't?
Ms. Klartovich.
He was looking
But-
for an easy one, by the way.
But you cannot tell which of those two I prefer. So to So even though some states allow this, it's the feeling of our organization that if you were to ignore the fact that I overvoted in column 1 and give my vote to Ms. Page, then you are basically interpreting an intent that I may not have meant. Because I clearly preferred those 2 candidates over her.
Well, and that's why I'm saying you should count, if both of them don't make the next round, their vote for the other one should count. Because it clearly said that that's over. So you disenfranchise a vote on an overvote, but not on a skipped vote. And that just,
That is the best practice. That is what the other jurisdictions in California do. And Chris can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that their software allows you to do that.
All right. So on the skipped voting, I kind of agree with you, except the voter has to list their first candidate, because if they don't have a first ranking and you just look at their second ranking and you try to discern their intent, what you end up doing is you move their second ranking into the first candidate spot, and that could influence who's actually eliminated in the first round. That's the issue I have.
In the first round, you count every voter's highest ranking, whether that's in column 1 or column 2.
Well, but that's the problem.
yeah, but you
Well,
don't
and
know if they
again, I'm
just
going to go
screwed
back
up.
to California law, where it says each ballot is counted if the intent of the voter can be
That
determined,
can't be determined if they
Yes,
wanted
they
him in the
skipped
first
column.
round. All right.
regardless of whether the voter has complied with the voting instructions.
City Attorney, can we legally do what we have proposed to do?
Yes, because we're a chartered city.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. That,
Any other questions?
no, I mean, I kind of agreed with a little bit of that, except the part about,
I understand. I'm just.
Thank you for coming
Thank
in
you.
person, by the way.
Appreciate it.
yeah, the
great to
later
see you.
skipped rankings I get, because it's like, well,
Okay, let's keep going.
all right.
I'm just explaining what
Okay.
other cities do. Thank you very much.
Ms. Miranda Caballero?
Good evening, Mayor Light and council members. My name is Marcela Miranda Caballero. I'm the executive director here at California Ranked Choice Voting Coalition. It's great to be here tonight. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm here to urge you all to pass this instant runoff voting ordinance as it was originally presented to you. I support everything Mr. Steve Chesson mentioned during his public comment, including allowing 1 or 2 write-ins, declaring a ballot invalid when an overvote is reached, ignoring skip rankings, allowing single elimination, and allowing rankings up to the maximum feasible for the equipment capabilities. Now, when it comes to this specifically and allowing the maximal feasible rankings, we've seen that RCV motivates other candidates and more candidates to run for office. So you might see that in the future, seeing more candidates run. I know that you mentioned maybe 4 has been the most we've seen in other jurisdictions across the country, having more candidates run when RCV is actually implemented. I'd also like to thank Ms. Manzano for your presentation and your work in creating an implementation process, as well as your voter education outreach plan, which will be pivotal to the success and a smooth election here for voters. Lastly, as an organization that's focused on the implementation of ranked choice voting and passing ranked choice voting across California, we'd love to extend an olive branch. If you guys have any questions, we're here to help, as well as our sister organization, CFER, Chris Hughes from the RCV Resource Center, who's on the phone, and Fair Vote National that has been working on ranked choice voting in Alaska and across the country, as I mentioned. If you guys want a work session or anything of that sort, we're here to offer you the resources and the tools. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. We've all been doing this for quite some time now, so we're here to help. Thank you again for having me and for passing this ordinance. Thanks again.
Thank you. Any member of the public? I'm out of cards, so.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. The one mentioned in the packet when I read through was about education. And I think it's important to maybe to go through how that education process might be done. So I'm going to do an example. So, Paige, here's your ballot. Oh, by the way, there's 6 people running for the office that you're voting for. So you don't get 1 vote anymore. Now you get 6. Now, you want Todd to run in, that's great. So you vote for him, and you make a mistake if you're at 1. Well, oops, wait, that means your vote may or may not be thrown out? Or that in reality, your fourth, fifth, or sixth vote actually might be the one that wins because 1% of the votes are going to probably be thrown out because people are going to make mistakes in it. I think there's some problems there. What I would recommend, if whatever system you have for explaining it, because I know that with that example Mr. Abaji was putting up, I think it was 60 or 70 words long. That's a lot of instructions to tell people how to vote on their ballot. It's confusing enough when people vote for judges, like you vote for 1 instead of 5 or whatever. I know there's a lot of mistakes in the votes on that, but with 1% of the vote potentially being at risk, that's within the margin of error that some of you were elected in office. That could be very dramatic. So what I suggest, we have a great high school across the street. Why don't you pick a class from, say, the math department, or math class, another one, the music department, maybe the football team or some other term, and see how well they do on this. Give them the instructions, have them go through it and see how well they do. You might be surprised. Anyway, I hope it works out, but I have some concerns. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address the council on this item?
Evening, Mayor and Council. Ralph Strasburg, District 1. First point I wanted to hit on is it seems like in the past there's been a process from the city clerk's office if there's issues with a ballot that they get sent back to the voter as a chance to reconcile that. You know, we get empty envelopes, we get things, mistakes and things that, you know, that aren't done right with it. Is there any chance for a process for all of these things rather than simply eliminating that ballot to have it go back to the voter to get reconciliation from that voter? So I want to consider that. Second one, I want to be clear that the language on the ties that was under 2-2.204 or 205 that you were talking about, one line was about the by lot, and we still need the better definition about lot by lot. But the one that was highlighted up there, my understanding is that is being struck from the resolution. Right. And I just want to be clear on that, that's the way I saw it. But it didn't, yeah, didn't say purely by lot no matter what, and you need to define lot. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So is there an answer to that? Can we reconcile?
No, because so everything's secret. So when we open the envelope, it's face down, we pull out the ballot, and we take the envelopes away. So nobody knows who voted from what address,
But if
what
there's an
person.
empty address, it's the same as the current, an empty envelope?
There's no address on the ballot.
Do
So what do you mean by?
Do you correct if someone doesn't sign something?
Okay, so yes,
So
there
things
is a
that
law.
don't violate the secrecy of the ballot, they
Right.
can correct that. Anything that
We don't
once you
the
open
ballot.
up, you can't look and you can't tell who
Right.
you would
Okay.
send that
How they
back
rate
to.
it.
It's only to correct the envelope.
The signature,
Before
they
everything is
forgot the
opened.
signature, they don't, that
Got
kind
it.
of.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay. Anyone else wish to address the council? Anybody online?
Yes. Let's see. Arred Peter Castellan. I don't know if I'm saying that right.
Hello. Yes, my name is Aaron Peter Castelline. I'm a resident of Los Angeles, and you may remember me from my previous in-person testimony at recent meetings. I'm the production lead at Equal Vote, and at Equal Vote, we advocate for better voting methods such as star or approval voting. I recommend forming a working group in order to fully consider the nuances of ranked choice voting and whether it's worth moving to other voting methods. This has been recommended by us here at Equal Vote, but it was also recommended by ranked choice voting advocates, as mentioned in Diane Silver's public comment during the meeting on August 6th. There are many factors to consider, including voter education, ballot errors, auditability, and accuracy of the outcomes, and you owe it to your voters to get this right. I also recommend requesting to begin the process to certify star voting. This will make sure that you all have options available in case you want to change election methods in the future. I also have some comments from what I heard today. I wanted to add on to Chris Hughes' explanation of the ballot error rates. When he said that less than 1% of ballots have errors, I believe he was referring to the percentage of ballots with overvotes. The actual number of ballot errors is closer to 5 to 10%. But as Chris said, it does vary significantly based on the circumstances. I recommend reading a paper written in 2023 by Stephen Pettigrew and Dylan Bradley called Ballot Marking Errors in Ranked Choice Voting for more details. And It's also worth considering that your policy on skipped ranks will also increase your ballot invalidation rate. And that paper can give you a sense for how that will impact it as well. But yeah, ultimately you're going to be faced with a trade-off of like, do you have more invalidated ballots, or do you count the ballots at the risk that you may or may not be respecting the voter's intent? So that's a trade-off you're going to need to make with that decision. When you're discussing how to break ties, I wanted to clarify that RCP doesn't count all the data. Like, not all the rankings will be counted in the algorithm. And that means that, for example, it's possible that one candidate could win head-to-head against another candidate, but then be tied based on their number of first choice rankings. Other voting methods don't have this problem since they count all the data, but for RCV, I recommend you choose a tiebreaker protocol that takes this into account. That's everything I wanted to add. And to clarify, my top recommendations are: number one, form a working group to discuss these questions in detail. As you saw today, there's many questions that take time to delve into. And number two, start the certification process for star voting so that you can have that option available to you if you decide to change your mind in the future. Thank you so much for your time today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else online?
So next person is Mike Feinstein.
Good evening. Mike Feinstein, former Santa Monica mayor and city council member. I spoke to you a few weeks ago on this matter. I also ran for California Secretary of State in 2018 as a Green Party member, focusing on ranked choice voting and proportional representation. I want to congratulate you on moving ahead with the ordinance, and I want to compliment your city clerk, Ms. Mazzano, on an excellent staff report. I want to offer a small clarification and also speak a little bit to the significance of your actions for the rest of us in the county. At your last meeting, I referenced the fact that folks in Ireland have been using this form of voting for a very long time. And after I spoke, the mayor said, well, they actually don't use IRV/RCV in single seat elections in Ireland. They only use it for multi-seat elections. And respectfully, that's not correct. In Ireland, they've used it for single seat president since 1924. And now that they're starting to have directly elected mayors, they're using it in those situations as well. What I want to share in terms of the significance of your action for our county is that, as I think you probably know, the LA County Board of Supervisors has put a charter reform measure on the November ballot to increase the size of the board from 5 to 9 members. But it would still, at this point, include the outmoded 2-round contingent runoff system that LA County uses. And the ballot measure in November is going to create a charter review commission, which could consider additional changes and could learn from your experience here in Redondo Beach. And why is this important? In the current system in LA for the county, vote splitting in the primary among multiple candidates can produce relatively random results about who makes it to November with a small percentage of the vote, and/or this puts pressure on candidates from the same issue base to withdraw from the race in order to consolidate the vote, and that lessens voter choice. By empowering voters to rank their choices, an IRV/RCV election eliminates that kind of vote splitting and the spoiler issue. Second, to make the decision right now in the primary, which sometimes happens, that's a lower turnout and less diverse electorate. But if we eliminate LA's 2-round contingent runoff system and go to a single November RCV election, that would place the choice of who represents LA County before the greatest and most diverse number of voters compared to low turnout and less diverse primaries. And finally, by holding a single RCV, IRV general election, limited public financing funds could apply to a single election rather than being spread over 2 elections, increasing the sustainability of the program. So since LA's charter changes won't go into effect until 2032, we all in LA County, and I'm from Santa Monica, we all can learn from your experience once you start using this, and that can inform the charter review process in LA County and in LA.
Your time's up, sir. Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes. Diane Silver?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Diane Silver. I work for Fair Vote. We are a national nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that supports ranked choice voting. And specifically, I work to support state and local advocates and officials like yourselves in adopting ranked choice voting. I wanted to address a couple of details that were discussed this evening. The first one is just to really clarify the difference between rounds and rankings. It's not that like the first ranking counts in round one and then the second ranking counts in round two. I got the impression at one point in the discussion that that might have been how it was being understood. So I just wanted to reiterate that the rankings are not the same as the rounds. Rounds are runoffs. It's called instant runoff voting because that's exactly what it is. So imagine people actually going back to the polls. And so your first choice is your favorite candidate. And if your first choice qualifies for the runoff round, they're still in the running, then you would vote for them again when you go to the polls and vote in a runoff. So in an instant runoff, it's the same thing. Your vote continues to count for your first choice as long as they're in the race. It's only if they are eliminated, if they're the lowest vote getter and they get eliminated, then your second choice comes into play. So the goal in interpreting ballots is sort of addresses the issue with the undervotes. We want to have rules that that enfranchise the voter as much as possible. And so if it can be interpreted what the voter's preference is between the candidates, then their intent should be honored. And so this question about not counting their ballot if they skip the first ranking doesn't feel necessary. If you can determine what their difference in preference is between the candidates, if they rank candidate A as their second choice, B as their third, C as their fourth, but they had nobody as their first choice, you can still distinguish that they prefer A over B and B over C. You can see how they distinguish. And so that intent can be honored. That's what Steve Chesson was talking about. So I really encourage you to revisit your choice about exhausting a ballot if there are skipped rankings. The other thing that I wanted to address was a question about whether ranking subsequent candidates can help defeat your first choice. And the answer is no. Again, your second, third, fourth choice only counts if higher choices have already been eliminated. So your subsequent rankings can never help defeat your higher rankings. It's just a preference. So I encourage you to really envision physically going back to the polls and doing a bunch of runoff rounds as you're thinking about how these rounds
Your
work.
time is up. Thank you.
So thank you.
Okay, next is Stephen Hill.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. It's a pleasure to join you this evening and to see movement forward towards implementing instant runoff voting, ranked choice voting. Quick introduction. I'm one of the originator of the ideas of this idea of instant runoff voting, ranked choice voting in California, and helped a number of cities implement this method, including San Francisco, Berkeley, San Leandro, and Oakland. And also one of the originators of the term instant runoff voting itself from the mid-1990s and ranked choice voting. Sometime we'll have to have a discussion about whether there are other forms of instant runoff voting, because there really are not. Ranked choice voting and instant runoff voting are one and the same system. What I would like to encourage you after listening to your discussion this evening is for this evening, just simply take out your wording of what you hope to do with skipped rankings, because you're running into a number of problems. You're possibly going to step into some areas of both state and federal law that have to do with the intent of a voter and what the voter intends by her or his ballot when they vote. And so I would encourage you to take more time to look into this more fully. In particular, Steve Chesson mentioned about the intent of the voter. You have to honor the intent of the voter when it can be determined, despite what the instructions say. Your city attorney counter, well, we're a charter city. Yes, but there are limits to what a charter city can do. For example, a charter city cannot not count a voter's vote. That would be illegal by both federal and state law. And you are, by basically taking a ballot that doesn't have a first ranking and declaring it an exhausted ballot, you are steering into some areas of law that I think you might want to avoid going into to avoid a legal problem. In addition, I'm very, very familiar because I've helped vendors with their certification process of their voting equipment. The certification process is a very rigorous process. Every rule has to be defined in the voting equipment, and then it's tested and it's certified. So how skipped rankings are handled was probably part of the Secretary of State's certification order for the HART and the RCV Ranked Choice Center blended system. And I would suspect that the way it was certified to do is like San Francisco does it, like Oakland, like Berkeley, like San Leandro. And what you decided to do tonight with skipped rankings would violate that certification, means the voting equipment would not be able to count it in that way. Even if the equipment as a computer can do it, from the point of view of the Secretary of State, you cannot do it that way. So take time, figure this out so you don't run afoul of anything. Thank you.
Hey, your time's up. Thank you.
Okay, next person is Sarah Wolk.
Hi. Let me just go back to my speech. Mayor and Council, Sarah Wolk here, Executive Director of the Equal Vote Coalition, a nonpartisan nonprofit working on ensuring equality of the vote. Again, we don't support RCV because some people will have their next choice counted if their favorite can't win, and other people will not. Counting some people's votes while ignoring others is fundamentally unfair, and it violates basic equal rights. Beyond that, as you've been discussing tonight, with RCV, the devil's in the details. Given the lack of answers around key details and the lack of clarity on what's possible and legal, we recommend that Redondo Beach convene a committee to look into implementation best practices further, look into if RCV can be tallied and audited in compliance with state law, and to verify if and how star voting can be certified as another option. The committee can then draft an ordinance with a proposal for next steps. At the last meeting on this topic, both the RCV advocates and STAR teams advocated for Redondo to convene a committee to study the matter. Council is absolutely right to hit pause on RCV and seriously look into and consider new information that's come out about lack of auditability after the Alameda County scandal, as well as the multiple studies confirming the serious wasted vote issues that have been shown to disproportionately harm our more vulnerable populations in RCV. As was proven by the tabulation and auditing failure in Alameda County, RCV isn't compatible with the partial recount audits as required by state law under Article 5, Section 15277. This is why the City of Oakland's 1% required audit didn't work. The miscount in Oakland went undetected, and the incorrect candidate was able to take office. The 1% tally protocols verified that the correct number of ballots were counted, but it doesn't verify that the votes for the candidates were correctly counted as required to get the right answer. In short, RCV doesn't count all the rankings, so it can't confirm that the votes were tallied correctly, i.e. that 2 + 2 = 4. Star voting, on the other hand, does fully comply with California's election laws, and Redondo has the power to begin the process to certify it as an option. Again, it's absolutely within Council's power to adopt, certify, and implement star voting. In conclusion, we recommend that Council, 1, convene a committee to study options for the legal and secure implementation of an instant runoff method for Redondo Beach, and 2, begin the process to request the certification of star voting so that it will be available if Redondo Beach or other jurisdictions want to implement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, next person. Tom Sharon.
Yes, hello, I'm Tom Sharon. I am one of the co-founders of the California Ranked Choice Voting Coalition. I have commented in prior city council meetings. I just want to say thank you, first of all, to the entire council and to the clerk for all the work that's been put in here. You know, you're dealing with a lot of nitty-gritty and details here, but it's important to remember that, you know, ranked choice voting, it's being used all over the country, including in California. All of these details have been worked through and wrestled with by a number of different people over time. At the end of the day, this is going to work. It's proven to work. It's being used right now. And voters love this, right? We know from exit polls across the country, wherever this reform is being used, people really like having the additional choice. They really like not having to come back for a runoff election. They really like the cost savings that are involved. And so, again, I just want to thank everyone for the considerable effort this takes to get done, and, you know, feel confident that voters are going to appreciate this at the end of the day, because they are in all the other jurisdictions where it's being used. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That's it on that. Let me check on the comments real quick. No e-comments. Wait a minute, I have one more. Oh yeah, that's it. That's it. So,
Okay. Thank you. I show Councilmember Obaji, you have your hand up, or is that?
No, I
all?
don't. Thank you.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Mayor, I also have a PowerPoint for the ranked choice voting outreach. So it's just like 3 slides. I don't know if you want to go through.
I will do it.
How many pages?
3
slides, but it's like,
Okay.
it's going to be just an overview because I'm not going to. So you received attached to the staff report, the voter outreach plan. And so I just wanted to let you know what we've done in the city clerk's office. We pretty much took the county and city of San Francisco's plan and then just reduced it down to for the city of Redondo. So this is just what our city clerk, the goals are. We're pretty much gonna, for our general election, we're gonna equip voters with knowledge of choices in ranked choice voting, focus on the new ballot design so that they are allowed to understand how to rank candidates. Also, continue to enhance the plan based on the input and experience. The next strategies, we're going to do direct communication with the community and voters, print, digital, and electronic media, collaborations with partnerships with community organizations and stakeholders, attend at community events and strategic meetings. And then these are examples: flyers, banners, information, instructional videos, interactive sample ballots, booths at community events. And then the next one is just the timeline, what we're looking at. So after this, we'll be looking at material development and vendor contracts. We have Democracy Rising, who has done numerous materials and that we'll be utilizing from all the different other ranked choice votings. We're planning to launch it on November 6th is where we'll start doing all of so right now will be the creation, and then November 6th will be the actual education. And we'll have videos, everything we can think of. If there's anything you have, any suggestions, please, bring it our way. Also, and then digital campaigns, also, as you know, social media, websites, PSA, and then a voter guide and flyers and posters. So that's pretty much it.
Sounds like a good plan.
And then the next slide.
Councilmember,
So thank you.
no, thank you. Appreciate it.
Madam Clerk,
Councilmember
can I
Obaji.
ask you to please use the city logo, the new font we approved for the RB?
Sure.
Just so we can get some consistency now. And this is a great opportunity. Like, you could get somebody to colorize, I'm sure on Fiverr or whatever, colorize that logo with the American flag type design. And the RB, you could just pull from the RB lettering that we have.
Sure.
Font, just so it's consistent. It's the first thing that they see our logo being used, especially.
But it should be
since we're
the
putting money
gradient
towards
one and.
this. Yeah, well, okay, but you get the point.
They're,
Thank you.
they're going to see it from all the other candidates who use it when we don't trademark.
No, we voted. We
Okay,
voted.
let's
We
keep
voted
going.
for that.
And we'll trade,
Councilmember Narenheim.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you can share mine, 1A, please, real quick.
Okay. Oops.
You know, a lot of questions came up, both my in-person community meeting and going around and trying to explain to people why we're doing this. 1A?
1A? It's not coming up.
Plug it back in.
Good, 1B. Want to try 1B?
If it's long enough, yeah, plug it in. Are you on 1B? Yeah. No. 1B?
That is 1B. I think it's your connection. Oh, there we go.
There it is.
My beautiful Avenue E, 200 block, well taken care of. Thank you very much for Public Works.
Trees aren't growing though.
Oh, they're growing. All right, so I gave this to the public, to the blue folder items, because I wanted the people to see a lot of questions come up from the public. Why do we support this in the beginning? And I'll tell you right now, I made a mistake by even putting this on the ballot. You can see how complicated this is, how absurdly complicated this is. And it's not getting to where we need to go, which is A, instant runoff, and B, know right away where we're going, what the results are, and just really understand. This is not a majority. I want to say this right now. What I've done, my research is we are going from a majority vote, 50% plus one, to a more than likely just a plurality vote. As you eliminate, go through these rounds, you get more and more votes out of the box, which means the winner is likely to not have 50% plus one, only 50% of the one that's counted in that particular round, but not of the total round or total votes cast. And that's actually a really important part. So a lot of people brought this up last time. This is the actual paper form that was filed with the city clerk's office that filed the California Ranked Choice Voting Coalition with the city clerk in Redondo Beach right here for the election. The name of the treasurer was Thomas Charon from Sacramento for a PAC here in Redondo Beach. And I want to show they collected $30,619.15. And you're thinking probably, wow, that's a lot of money, right? It is a lot of money. I went through 2 elections actually in 2017. I went through a primary where I had 3 candidates, and I went to a runoff, and I raised exactly $30,000, right? So you might be thinking to yourself, why is Niels talking about this? Why is it important? Well, because where did the money come from? We talk about Fair Vote Action Committee, the people who are from Fair Vote. This is Fair Vote from, what is it, MD, Montana? Minnesota? Maryland, yeah. All right, Silver Spring, $25,000 outside money. Principal, John Palmer, $2,500. Right, this is where the money was spent. Right? This is the actual money that went out, $29,700 worth of that went out. Actual expenses. Plus that one mailing fees. Going forward, you might be thinking, well, great. There's $9,900 other dollars that were sent in. Here's all the people that gave money, $500, $200, $500, $5,149, $100, $1,000. There's not a single person from the city of Redondo Beach that put money into this campaign. Let that sink in for a second. There's not a single person in the city of Redondo Beach that gave money towards ranked choice voting. So yes, the voters asked for instant runoff, but they didn't ask for ranked choice. They wanted something that we were told was simple, and it wasn't. And in my further reading, investigation, all of this, in looking at where the support is, it's not from Redondo Beach. It's from outside money that's coming into Redondo Beach to formulate our election change, our election process. You can take that out. So my motion tonight will be to approve what we're doing here, but I will also ask this council and hopefully get a majority vote, because I know Councilmember Body talked about this last time, to go down the path of getting star vote certified. And we have in paperwork that was done last time. I want options for our residents. We can see how complicated this was and is actually. A lot of votes are being thrown out, not potentially, but will be thrown out for many varieties of reasons. And what I think here is really important is we weren't given the whole scope of landscape when we first put in the ballot on December 2022. We need as many options as we have in case this goes wrong. And I will fully support the star voting system because it takes care of a lot of these problems that are being talked about up here. And so I think part of the motion tonight that I'm going to be proposing is to go forward with this process and direct the city clerk and city staff to go with county clerk and get the star voting process certified so we can start moving forward on multiple options in case, just to make sure we are not going to get stuck again in this situation because we are down to the wire. So thank you.
So just to be clear, are you making your motion?
I will after, if there's any more public comment and.
So your motion's going to be everything we already moved, plus go explore star voting.
To direct staff.
For the future.
To direct staff to take the star voting, caught me off guard because I had it written down, it's not here, to go, we have the ordinance, I gave you the sample ordinance that we used last time, to come back with a discussion. I think we can do it now. We can come back with this discussion and possible action regarding star voting system, regarding having the county city clerk go to the county registrar to get star voting certified for here use in Redondo Beach.
So we have.
I don't think that's part of the agendized item. You can certainly make the referral to do it. It wouldn't be incumbent on the city clerk to do it. And it's the Secretary of State, and they have a whole process. And you would need to have a full discussion of what that process is, what it would cost, everything else. I'm not.
But it'd be going forward with this and having a discussion of possible action.
Perfect strategic planning item.
Well, it'd be, or referral to staff, because this is just the ordinance, is the only thing. Do that, and then, because you're going to want to come back and have a whole discussion before you direct staff, and I don't even know what the process would be, and I don't know if the city sponsors it. I don't know if STAR applies to the Secretary of State, so.
I don't sense you're going to get a second here, Councilmember Naranjo.
Okay.
So we can table this and do it later.
Yeah.
It's not agendized.
Correct. So it'd be appropriate later, and there's a lot more that goes into that.
I think we have a consensus on the way to go on ranked choice voting. We can approach this.
Yeah.
Because I fully support, we need other options based on the complexity of this. Okay. Councilmember Abaji.
I just wanted to say, whenever you do anything in a city or decide to use contract, we're going to use new systems, whether it's Dominion or HART. Money flows in to try to get you to use those systems. We're going to do an information campaign. Those people who provide the information campaign are in support of you moving to this new system. I mean, that's natural in American politics and politics. But this whole move to instant runoff voting started with our very grassroots charter review committee. They discussed it ad nauseum with former council members on the committee, and they decided it would be great. It would be economic. It would spare residents from the tons of campaigning for 6 months if we got into an instant runoff system.
I don't want to rehash the old.
That's all. I just wanted to mention that to cap off.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, we've hashed this over and over again. We're moving forward. Let's call the vote.
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So we have the motion on the table with the six ranks. 2 write-ins, option B with the overvote out, single versus batch, we chose single. Skipped vote, are we going to change that based on what we heard?
We already stated
Okay,
that stuff.
okay.
We already discussed
Who
that.
made the motion and second?
I made the motion.
Yeah. And then, let's see, the wording, we struck the extra wording and just stuck with lot.
Right.
That will determine by resolution. And then Councilmember Obaji's wording, directing what goes on the instruction to the voters.
Skip voting as we
Okay.
went into the next.
Who made the second, just for the record?
I think it was Councilmember Rabaji, wasn't it?
Sure, I'll make the second.
Thank you. I
And
just,
then
for-
also,
Okay.
can we include the receive and file for the voter outreach plan?
Yes,
please?
and
Yeah.
receive and file with comments,
Yes.
voter outreach.
Yes.
Okay. So we have a friendly amendment?
Yes. I'll
Okay.
accept that.
All 4?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Okay, so I'm going to read the introduction by title only, ordinance number 3275-24, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, repeal Title II, Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-2.202, notices of runoff elections, and adding Article 4 to Municipal Code Title 2, Chapter 2, to provide for instant runoff voting related to ranked choice voting as amended. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to make a
Thank you.
motion, if I may, Mayor, for a 6-minute break.
Second.
All 4?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, 6-minute break.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujedovich. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron. Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, we're going into N2, discussion and possible action regarding consulting services for the design of our boat ramp, long-awaited boat ramp.
Long awaited indeed. Thank you. Greg Kapovich, Waterfront Economic Development Director. I'm going to introduce Dave Shirobi, Senior Management Analyst with my department in the waterfront. This has been a long time coming. We've yet to have a boat launch. We have a boat hoist right now. This is priority number one in the amenities plan as well as the Seaside Lagoon. So it's exciting to get this underway. Dave's done a great job getting us to this point, which include drafting an RFP, soliciting, kind of being charged with the interview process and selecting our chosen finalists tonight for you. He's going to go over the scope of work, some of the timing, some of the phasing, and then, of course, some of the history behind our great harbor here in terms of what we've looked at in the past and why we've ended up at Moldy. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dave.
Good evening, Council. Thank you, Greg, for the introduction. Like Greg mentioned, this is a project that's been underway for some time now. To give you guys a quick little overview of where we're at in the process now and what brought us here to you is that city staff conducted a thorough evaluation of 2 contractors for the boat launch design project. After multiple discussions and careful consideration, we're recommending Moffitt & Nichol as the preferred contractor. Today, we're seeking council's approval to move forward with the contract. And additionally, we are requesting guidance or a decision regarding the potential inclusion of a boat hoist in this project. So a little bit of background. In October of 2022, the amenities plan was approved and Mole D was selected as a site for the boat launch. This decision had broad community backing, demonstrating strong local support for the project. But notably, this approval was given without the inclusion of a boat hoist. Now, in October of 2023, the city released a request for proposal, an RFP, for design and construction oversight services for this boat launch. This was a significant step forward in bringing the project to fruition. Now, in January of 2024, the city received 2 bids from reputable firms, and however, both bids came in over budget, which necessitated a modification of the original RFP to ensure project feasibility. So to manage costs effectively, the city manager decided to break the contract into 2 phases. Phase 1 would focus on the design and grant application process, allowing us to secure more additional funding, and then refine the project before moving into a full-scale construction phase. Now, both bidders were asked to rebid for Phase 1, and we engaged in comprehensive written and oral discussions with both vendors to ensure we selected the best partner. Ultimately, Moffitt & Nichol is who we're recommending based on their best value proposition and a strong track record for past performance. So in Phase 1, we will begin by conducting critical studies that cover various aspects such as parking, traffic circulation, environmental impact, and the demand for a boat launch. Now, these studies will ensure that the project is not only feasible, but it also aligns with community needs and environmental standards. Based on the results of these studies, we will develop a project concepts that are in line with the goals outlined in the public amenities plan. Our aim is to ensure that the boat launch integrates well with the existing harbor amenities while meeting the community's expectations. A crucial step will be conducting a CEQA analysis, California Environmental Quality Action Analysis, that will help us determine whether a mitigated negative declaration will suffice, or if a comprehensive environmental impact report, an EIR, is necessary. This analysis is key to understanding and mitigating any potential environmental risks associated with the project. We're going to work closely with the Harbor Commission to secure the necessary entitlements and approvals for this project. And we've actually already, at the last Harbor Commission meeting, formed a subcommittee in anticipation of this project. Now, a critical component of this phase will be applying for grant money from the Department of Boating and Waterways. And securing this funding is really essential for moving forward with the project as we go into Phase 2. So lastly, we're going to be seeking approval from the Coastal Commission to ensure that the project adheres to coastal protections and their guidelines. And then once Phase 1 is complete, we'll move on to Phase 2, which would involve securing the necessary permits, beginning construction, and importantly, securing that grant money to fund that phase. Looking at our timeline, as outlined in the contract, we're planning to award the contract this month in August and officially begin the project kickoff. August would also mark the start of phase one, where we're going to begin those critical studies and the design work necessary to kind of lay the foundation for the project. Now, by July of 2025, our goal is to complete all the required studies and develop the conceptual design for the boat launch ramp. Now, this includes detailed assessments of parking, traffic, environmental impacts, other key factors as well. The conceptual design will reflect the insights gained from these studies and will align with the public amenities plan. Now, in February of 2025, we have another critical deadline, which will be the deadline to submit for the grant application, the BLF grant, the Boat Launch Facility Grant, from the Department of Boating and Waterways. Now, securing this funding is essential for moving forward with both the permitting and construction phases of the project. So it's really key that we meet that deadline. And lastly, by July of 2026, our goal is to complete all of the studies and have the necessary entitlements that we need to move forward into phase two. So that's going to include obtaining the approvals from the relevant agencies, Harbor Commission, Coastal Commission, and engaging with DBOF for that grant money.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
If you go back to that slide, the grant application, is that meant to be February 2026? Or is the application before the conceptual design is finished?
No, it is February 2025, and I understand the order of those bullet points is a little bit odd because July, 2025 is coming before February there. But yeah, it's just to kind of explain what that deadline is and where we want to get it at essentially, and that is February 2025. If we don't meet that deadline, we would have to wait until the next year, basically. But it always happens in February.
Understood. Thanks.
So I want to go over very briefly some of our past efforts and history in the harbor to build this boat launch. Technically, the city of Redondo Beach has been trying to build a boat launch since 1959. The city has made numerous attempts in the past to build a boat launch here in King Harbor. From my research, I was trying to count all the past attempts, 1959, 1960, 1965. It was something like 9 attempts, and there may have been some others that I didn't see as well. But if you look here at the map, these are the past locations and sites that we've studied to try and build this boat launch. Now, I also want to briefly recap the finding from some of the city's past efforts to identify a location for this boat launch. Over the years, like I said, the city's considered many locations, and each of them comes with potential drawbacks. In regards to Mole A, we have an issue with wave overtopping. Mole A is susceptible to wave overtopping, which could present safety risks and potential damage to boat launch and surrounding infrastructure. It would also impact a potential displacement of the King Harbor Yacht Club. So there's concerns that the Yacht Club could be impacted significantly by the operations of a boat launch there. There's also circulation concerns as well too. Mole A is not very big, and that site could, in the past, has been identified as having significant circulation issues, which would make it less than ideal for an efficient and safe traffic flow. Mole B has some similar concerns. Past siting studies have identified that Mole B as one of the most potentially hazardous locations due to exposure to open water and wave action. The site also lacks adequate parking, which could lead to congestion and an inconvenience for users. In order to expand that parking or in that circulation, that could potentially require us to take space away from Moonstone Park. That could also have significant impacts for the Lanakila Club that operates there as well. It also could potentially have some impacts to public safety response. The Harbor Patrol office is on Mole B. And so if there's boats launching very close to that Harbor Patrol office, there could potentially be a point of conflict there. The city's also in the past looked at using Mole C as a location to build a boat launch. And similar to Mole B, Mole C does not provide enough parking. The site presents circulation problems, making it difficult to manage vehicle and pedestrian traffic effectively. It also has significant impacts on the Portofino Hotel and the surrounding businesses there, as the site could impact their operations and their guest experience. Finally, we arrive at Mole D. Of all the sites, Mole D is the most spacious and has the most potential for having less impact on the surrounding area and the surrounding businesses, which kind of makes it a more favorable option. It also offers the safest potential circulation patterns, which is crucial for both the functionality and safety of the boat launch because it does have more space. And importantly, the Harbor Patrol has identified that Mole D in the past was their preferred location due to its safety advantages. So that kind of really further reinforced this as our most logical choice. Now, the amenities plan outlined Mole D as the location to site this future boat launch. And in the amenities plan, it also identified an option to keep the boat launch that was left out. Now, if we were to keep the boat launch in its current location, there's some serious boat hoist. Excuse me, thank you. Now, if we were to keep the boat hoist, there's some concerns related to circulation and space limitations on Mole D. So even though it's one of the biggest moles, if you have a boat hoist and a boat ramp, that would quickly eat up a lot of that space. The boat launch and the hoist would each require its own vehicle turnaround with significant circumference to accommodate a vehicle with a trailer. Each would also require a vehicle queue lane so that people can prepare their boats for the water and a space for an actual connection up onto Harbor Drive. Adding a boat hoist next to the boat launch would also be a potential financial burden, as it would not be covered by the DBOG grant money that we're seeking in order to build this ramp. And the hoist itself is in need of a replacement given its age. So locating the hoist near the ramp would require as well a seawall that would need to be built beyond the boat launch that would not be covered by the DBOG grant. So in the end, we have concerns that there's simply not enough space there and that the boat hoist would cost the city a significant amount of money if we were to retain it or to build it along with the boat launch. We also have to remember that the boat hoist originally was only built because we didn't have a boat launch. So that was really the original purpose and reason why it was built in the first place. I want to go over some of the proposal details. The Source Selection Committee is recommending Moffitt and Nickel as the contractor for this project due to their best value proposal, but also because they offer the most comprehensive, cost-effective solution. They also bring a lot of past relevant experience, which would really lower the risk for the project. They have familiarity with King Harbor, which is a significant advantage, and it means that they have a real understanding of the specific needs and challenges of our harbor. I believe they've actually accomplished in the past 10 years 12 projects out in King Harbor. So they're pretty intimately familiar with the way our harbor operates and what the possible restrictions are in the harbor. They also have in the past built successful boat launches just like the one we're looking to build. Notably in Santa Barbara Harbor, which I have a picture of up there on the screen. That was funded through DBA money that Moffitt and Nickel helped secure, as well as Dana Point Harbor. They also recently rebuilt the Harbor Patrol docks that we have over on Mole B. So they have a proven track record here in King Harbor. So based on these factors, staff is recommending the council approve the contract and agreement with Moffitt and Nickel. Now, another potential direction that we're coming to City Council to seek is related to the boat hoist. Now, as I mentioned, there's some concerns about the boat hoist being included. There's a need for an operator to operate the boat hoist. There's cost in operating the boat hoist. There's limited operating hours. And the boat hoist also has ongoing maintenance requirements as well that are a cost to the city. Now, the Coastal Commission has mandated that the city build a boat launch, and that's a separate requirement that the city must meet. And yes, some boaters do prefer to keep the hoist. They cite easier access for those with limited mobility. But again, original City Council direction was to remove the hoist from the amenities plan to help streamline this project. Another thing to consider is the boat launch that would work through DBA funding, and that DBA as well does include in their grant pay for ADA accessibility for the boat launch. Now, the RFP requested pricing for the boat hoist as an option, but removing it could potentially result in some savings of both time and money. It could also really simplify the studies that we have to do, because we would, instead of be doing a circulation study for a boat launch and a circulation study for a boat hoist and making sure that they don't intersect with each other, we would be looking at one circulation study. So it would really simplify and streamline the project in that aspect. So we're also looking to take a few things into consideration for this, keeping the boat hoist in Moldee. If you guys do decide to keep the boat hoist in Moldee as it currently exists, there's a few potential challenges that could impact this project. It would, again, disrupt circulation patterns. Keeping it would consume valuable parking spaces. It would be an ongoing maintenance cost in addition to the boat ramp. It would complicate the use of shared facilities as well too. So any space that the boat launch and the boat hoist are sharing would then come into conflict. Also, to take into consideration, if we add the boat hoist or if we build a new boat hoist over by the boat ramp, there could be some potential issues there. It's an option that's never really been studied in past boat launch designs. It would require reconfiguring the seawall, which would add complexity and cost that would likely not be covered by the DBOG grant. So the city would be on the hook to pay for that. And the hoist would essentially function as a third lane for the launch. So that would further complicate traffic circulation. So you'd have a lane for the boat hoist, and then you have the lanes for the boat ramp as well. And this placement would also consume more critical parking spaces that are needed and that were not actually included in the original pricing proposals. So the city would bear the financial responsibility for that hoist. Now, building a new hoist would make it subject as well to the most recent building code requirements, which could further increase the footprint and complicate the project. So we're coming before you tonight, asking for your action in your direction. Number one, we're asking that you approve the contract with Moffitt & Nichol. We're asking that you eliminate the boat hoist option today. That would save and simplify our studies, conceptual design, time and money. It would also help alleviate some of the concerns with parking and circulation. Alternatively, City Council could make the decision to adopt the contract with Moffitt & Nichol, but hold off on making a decision regarding the boat hoist until a later date when we return with more info. So that's all I have for you guys. If you have any questions, we're ready to take them.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you for the presentation, diligent, thorough presentation. That was excellent. I move to approve the contract with Moffitt & Nichol and eliminate the boat hoist option today.
Come on, we don't want to quibble.
No, I don't want to quibble. We quibbled over this a lot more. I'll second that in a second.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Neil seconded.
Oh, Neil
If you
seconded.
want, I will.
Yeah. We've spent a
Okay.
lot of time on prior council.
Anyone else wish to address this item?
I real quick, I'll just say, just so everyone knows, while we're laughing about it, we've spent hours on this topic and just specifically the boat hoist, whether or not we want that or not. A lot of time. And so we've talked about it. In fact, majority of us here have already talked about this quite a bit. So, yeah. We're not making light of it.
Anyone else on the council wish to speak to this? Okay, anyone from the public? Oh, I'm sorry. So I have a card here. Roger Carlson.
Good evening. Roger Carlson, District 3, also on the Harbor Commission, also was on the Amenities Plan Subcommittee, and also will be on the Boat Ramp Subcommittee.
And
Just just here, not as a representative from the Harbor Commission, but here to take any questions. It sounds like you guys don't have any questions on the hoist at this point. We discussed whether or not to keep the hoist in place all the way back in the Amenities Plan Subcommittee, and we chose at the time to leave it to the council. We didn't want to kill it in a subcommittee quietly. We saw it as a budget item. We also saw it as potentially a valuable piece for the Coastal Commission to look at. There aren't a lot of other hoists around, It does enable access to the water for some people, but this is a really small harbor, and having both a hoist and a ramp is,
It's too much.
it's a luxury we probably can't afford. If a ramp somehow became impossible, or if we had some other compromise and we really needed a favor from the Coastal Commission, we could go to them with a hoist and say, hey, this is getting people in the water that can't get in the water anywhere else in LA County. So it might be a trading piece for that, but it sounds like the council's discussed it. Anyway, I just wanted to be here for any discussion or questions you might have for the Harbor Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions for? No. Okay, thank you. Anyone else? That's the only card I had.
Mark Hansen, King Harbor boater, proud member of the King Harbor Amenities Working Group. And after 25 years of promoting a boat ramp in our harbor, this is a wonderful day to see us moving forward. And of course, in parallel, the Harbor Commission forming their subcommittee to work on this. So it's a very happy day for me. I strongly support the location of Moldy. I've spent 25 years of my life trying to figure out where the best location. And during the amenities plan, boy, we really dug into the Mole C versus Moldy, and I had a nice left and right column thing going with the pluses and minuses. And even though I'd been working on it for over 20 years, more new things came to my attention that made the better choice. So I'm a strong supporter of that. It's really great to hear that Moffett Nickel is going to be working on this. I've had the pleasure of working with their folks on various of these projects, and they've been just absolutely great to work with. I will, of course, be offering to help with the community engagement. I have massive email lists of everybody in the harbor, so I'll ensure we particularly get the fishermen, because they're the guys who really use this thing. Towards that end, during the amenities plan, those who I didn't know, I reached out to the Fathomeers and Southwest Anglers, South Bay Anglers, the Marlin Club, the Coastal Association. I was guest speaker for pretty much all those organizations to tell them about the amenities plan and get their input. So I'll be reaching out to them to get them to help tell us, what cool things they want in there. I'm not taking a position tonight one way or other on the hoist. I've been involved in that one for a long time. I did contact Sam Elder. Some of you guys may remember him, a gentleman that came to Harbor Commission City Council multiple times asking for a hoist. We all understand, when you're older or disabled, a boat ramp can be a little slippery and hard to use. But I did alert him today that we're talking about this, but he's just had some heart surgery, so I'm not surprised that he couldn't make it down here. Earlier today, I sent you guys a clarification. Again, I'm not speaking today for or against the hoist at the moment, but I did want to alert you that we did have one little error in the staff report that said that the amenities plan had suggested removing it. And then I sent you guys all the exact language right out of there that, in fact, I would say it wasn't that they ignored it. They specifically said to keep it. But anyway, that is a decision for you guys. And, it does take up area. And I know the subcommittee on the looking for dry boat storage locations has talked about doing something over there. And if I had to take my choice personally, smiling, I'd go for the dry boat storage as opposed to the hoist. Anyway, that's all I got for tonight. It's a great evening. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address this item? Anybody online? Okay. Let's see. Okay, I have no speakers, so I'm going to call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that one went fast. Okay, now going to N3. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Good briefing.
Good job, Dave.
Love the history.
Discussion and N3 is possible, discussion and possible action regarding consideration of a salary adjustment for the elected city attorney position in advance of the 2025 municipal election. Over to you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you this evening is a report outlining the city's process to review and consider salary adjustments for elected officials, specifically for the city attorney position. The city's charter provides that if an elected official's salary is adjusted, a change must be completed 30 days prior to the nomination period for the next scheduled election through adoption of an ordinance. The change would then become effective at the beginning of the forthcoming term on April 1st. The nomination period for the March 2025 election opens on November 12th, 2024. Therefore, any salary changes need to be adopted by council at least 30 days prior or concluded by the council meeting on October 8th. So as changes are adopted by ordinance, which require a first and second reading, any recommendation to update the salary would need to be made this evening so staff could prepare an ordinance to bring back next month. So the review for city attorney is typically conducted every 4 years before a new term of office. The city attorney's salary was last reviewed in 2020, with the council deciding at that time to make no changes to the existing salary. 4 years prior, the salary was reviewed in 2016 and an ordinance was adopted, giving the position small increases each year in 2018, 2019, and 2020. That salary ordinance is still in effect, and there have been no changes to the salary since 2020. Back in 2005, the City Council adopted a resolution asking for the Budget and Finance Commission to participate in the review for potential changes to elected official salaries and to provide recommendations to the City Council. At their meeting on August 8th, the commission reviewed that salary history for the city attorney position, including a salary survey that was conducted of similar LA County cities where the city attorney oversees both civil matters and prosecution. The commission was unable to formulate a recommendation for council due to a desire for additional information, and they authored a letter regarding this issue, which is included with your report. As noted in the report, the city attorney position is tied to the management and confidential unit in regards to benefits, and as referenced, the management and confidential unit has received 8% in cost of living increases since 2020, which is noted in your report. Also attached for council review are the previous 2 salary ordinances that provided adjustments to the position. Staff has provided some supplemental salary data in a blue folder item to further inform your process. And at this time, staff requests that council provide direction regarding potential adjustments to the salary and direct staff regarding production of an ordinance. So this concludes my report unless there are any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
All right. So I think in capturing the city attorney's salary, I think what was important to me is that we keep the city manager's pay, not exceed the city manager's pay. I'd like the city manager to be the highest person paid in the city of Redondo Beach by the city of Redondo Beach, because I do want them to be the chief executive of the city, and I do want the city attorney, future city attorneys, current city attorney to be responsive to the directives of the city manager, even though they are elected by the people. So I think that keeping the pay just below is important. With that said, I've also, in Brown acting with Councilmember Barrett and hearing from the city attorney himself, have come to appreciate that the city attorney pay, in light of the tremendous workload that the city attorney has, both handling homelessness, prosecution, and our entire civil practice, which is immense, is very high. I mean, I know when I've reached out to Webb and he says that he's on vacation, but he'll get right back to me, and he does. And so I appreciate how hard the city attorney in the city is going to have to work, whoever it is. They have to run a law firm, and Councilmember Barrett really impressed that upon me. So if you could light up 2B, came with a schedule that I think kind of threads the line.
Not in 2B.
Oh, sorry, 3B, please. And it has, this is the current city attorney's pay $274,452, current city manager's pay is $280, difference of $5,000 and change. Our proposal would be to put the city attorney pay at $280 starting April 2025. That's a 2% increase. And then in years 2, 3, 4, we provide a 3% bump that's commensurate with what we provided to the other employee groups. That's all. And I will say that actually in our discussions, Ms. Skiba, your point to me was spot on and really resonated with me, which is why would you give a raise to a city attorney who you haven't even met yet? You don't know how they're going to perform. The problem is that once they assume the office, we're not going to be able to increase their pay. So we can't change their pay since they are elected once they're already in office. So I thank you for raising that, and I did take it very seriously. But we have to do this prospectively and assume that this person is going to perform and try to attract the best city attorneys that we can.
So is that a motion, or are you just throwing that out for debate?
Sure, I'll make a motion on that.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Narenheim.
Madam Clerk, can you light up mine 1A? We'll try this one more time. Please tell me it works. I'm gonna do this again.
It'll cost you.
It's gonna cost me. All right, 1A is not working. Call the IT guy. Where's Mr. Cook? When you need him at 10 o'clock at night. Joking. 1B?
1B.
So I feel a little differently on this, and the reason why is because we're not, I looked at the staff report, and I appreciate staff report looking around, but there's a huge difference between an appointed city attorney and an elected city attorney. And we don't know the cities that have an appointed city attorney, why they came or how they came to that pay and to that position, or they hired them, the qualifications. And some cities might need to pay more because they're facing issues, or they have a higher demand, or they have a multitude of other issues. So I looked at cities that are elected city attorneys around the state of California, and we should only be comparing to elected positions for a variety of reasons. Reason number one is we're not choosing, to Councilmember Baji's point, we're not choosing the person, the voters are choosing the person. That's the most important part here. And the voters decide the qualifications of the city attorney, whatever that qualification may be. Gave him a hot dog. There's a famous story about Mayor Brand talking about how he was out politicking and someone got a vote for mayorship 10, 15 years ago because someone gave him a hot dog in a park. And so I looked around and I thought about this, and I talked about a lot of other city attorneys, other different places, elected officials. And there's been a lot of discussion on our city attorney. And the Budget and Finance Commission really looked at the situation. And so this is from publicpay.california.gov. And this is from the State of California State Controller's website. And this is the top 25 highest paid elected officials in the state of California. Okay. And number one is Long Beach at $401,000 plus total retirement and contributions. And 25.4. Number 23 is our city attorney at $339 plus $55,000 in retirement and contributions. And it's really important that you see these numbers here, because you're going to see some different numbers flying around. And it's not just the base pay, there's base pay plus the other pay. And that gets complicated, but it gets easy to understand very quickly. So I looked at 7 different elected city attorneys around the state of California, and I looked at their city budget. So Redondo Beach with $106 million, this is for 2023. It does not include the pension debt. I looked at the department budget to the point Councilmember Baji just said, how much of a department do they, how large of a fund do they actually have or dealing with, how many city employees there are, and how many department employees there are. I mean, how much work are you doing, right? If you have a lot more employees, you're gonna be managing, doing a lot more work. They look at your population, whether it's a single role or dual role, and then they put down the pay that we have, including the other pay. And then I ranked it up and I looked at where are we with this? And I looked at the cost per resident. So San Diego is number one, $632,000. It's a little bit skewed because they have a really high pension. They paid like, their pension debt is $300,000. But they ranked it, and then per resident, I did divide the math. Budget and finance, I want to thank one of the budget finance commissioners a couple of years ago, Jason Conroy, actually, who did the per 1,000 resident, which I thought was a really good way of looking at it when you look at per 1,000 residents. And 2023, so this is directly from publicpay.california.gov. So you see some of the base pay and other pay, and then total health care and contribution. The actual total pay is right here on the right-hand side, because you have to add them together. Just the way it's all formatted and moved forward, and this is uploaded directly from the state of California. This is 2022, and the reason why I'm doing 2022 is because there was a city in here, right here, Chula Vista, actually was a partial year, and this was a full year, and this was actually, Chula Vista was a year, 2022 was the last year. They had a full year with a city attorney, and then their city attorney who was running for re-election passed away, and so they had to have the special election in order to fill the seat. And they hired a private firm to fill that position until that time. So I went on Transparent California because everyone goes on Transparent California, and they actually give a really accurate overview on your regular pay, and then your other pay, and your total pay, and then certain benefits. And you have to add pension debt in here. And this is really important because there are some cities in the state of California that have 401ks before CalPERS really was forced upon everyone. And they managed some cities fully pay their pension obligation all the way through, others don't. And you can see a dramatic difference. You can see for San Diego, 300 grand, right? Again, ranking, we're in the top 2 there, but it doesn't make much sense according to the size. Huntington Beach is way larger than us. So I looked at comparative cities, San Rafael, which is inland, very wealthy community, but it's inland, Northern California, central, northern, and then Compton, which is 91,000 people. It's inland from us, it's close to us, it's in the South Bay. And then Chula Vista, which is a coastal city, and while it has a far larger population, far larger budget, it's a coastal city. So you would expect there to be some agreement on how much they pay employees. And they looked at the top 5 employees in every single one of those cities, including Redondo Beach. So in Redondo, highest fire is a fire captain, 80 hours, $400,000. Probably know who that was. City attorney, city manager, fire engineer, police captain. And then on Compton here, you see all fire. For Compton. San Rafael, city manager, police, fire engineer, city attorney's not even top 5. Chula Vista, city managers on top, fire captain, police sergeant, battalion chief. So after looking at these numbers and looking at the per $1,000 mark, I liked what San Diego did. San Diego tied it to the judge's position at $238,000, I believe it was. And so looking at that, how does that, for just the base pay, because everyone kind of looks at the base pay, per resident, how does that come out? And we're still way ahead cities like Chula Vista, which are along the coastline and much larger than us. Compton, which is larger than us, inland from us, but next door here in the South Bay. And then San Rafael, very wealthy area, but their base pay is very, very low, so they don't have a high. So I would propose a $238,000 base pay plus the 3% compensation, or the 3% that Councilmember Obagi said per year for the following years. So I would make a substitute motion to reset the base pay to $238,000 in line with San Diego and the California Superior Judge, and then do the following years the same percentage increase as Councilmember Obagi had. So that would be my motion.
So just to be clear, is that a reduction?
That would be a reduction, yeah. It'd bring us in line with other cities, higher up actually than other cities. And since we're having a new professional position with new candidates, we don't know what's out there. It's up to the voters to decide who's going to be there. Yeah.
$36,452 reduction.
Yeah. Exactly.
What's the reduction?
36,452.
And what's important here is the total benefits and base will remain the same. So plus all other compensation. And this is the actually really important part because this is what other cities don't necessarily do as well as Redondo Beach. We pay phenomenal health care and many other benefits that other cities don't give out. And that's going to remain the same. So the actual old number is going to be $3,900 and the new number is $3,400. So it's only a $500 reduction per resident, per 1,000 residents. And that's, that brings it in line with, and still way higher than other cities, but it does bring it to, in line with what, per resident and where we're living at. So healthy wage.
Okay, we have a substitute motion on the floor. Do we have any second? Okay, so that dies for lack of a second. And that's all I have from the council. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay.
Can I just say, I'm not dead set on these 3% increases per year. So if you guys have any opinion otherwise or any sort of change, that was just a proposal.
I'd be fine actually with a 2% increase.
Okay, I was thinking initially 2.5. Plan to do 2.5?
So like a 2, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. Yeah, I'll put it back on the screen.
You
Can
were
you do
saying-
3B, please?
You were saying too that you didn't, understandably, you wanted the city manager to be the highest paid employee. We did make the motion to discuss his salary again in January.
Right.
So with that assumption, we're considering this, right?
Yes. I mean, you could decide at that time, the council could decide not to increase his pay and keep him the same, at which point they'd be neck and neck, or we could give him a raise.
Right, I'm just making the point
Yeah,
that that's the
yes.
next time we're discussing
Yes,
this.
at the end of this year.
Right.
So my only question with this numbers that you've thrown out is, why escalate it this year when we're getting, or early next year when it's going to be a brand new person in the seat?
Because I got feedback from several folks that it's below market, that the workload is huge. So far, only one person's announced their candidacy. I think it's worthwhile to make the position appealing for the workload. I mean, here, Councilmember Variant is an attorney. He would do a fine job as a city attorney. He has both civil and prosecutorial experience, but he's not going to run for the spot. Why? Got to ask yourself why. Doesn't pay enough, too much work, probably, I assume.
Is that why?
No comment.
Chicken.
Look, I will say this, though. We all know it's a heck of a lot of work. You're asking somebody to come in and basically run a law firm and everything else that Councilmember Obaji has put his finger on.
And manage 20 more, right?
Yeah, and 20 more, and practice law, and be on call 24/7, and work with the city manager, take direction from the city manager. So, yeah.
I will say, I think it's odd to, while he's an elected official, he is an employee of the city. And it seems odd to not give the same amount of appreciation, I guess, financially that we've extended to every other group and every other decision that's come before us. So also the cost of living change from 2020 till now is significant, and I think we can all feel that. I understand this pay is a lot more than some other employees in the city, but I think this also can represent how much we value this position. So I was more comfortable with your initial.
3%?
Yeah.
Let me ask a question. If the COLA goes up by more than 3%, it seems like we're losing ground. Can't we just tie it to the COLA each year?
Which COLA? You mean from the Bureau of Department? You mean
Well, there's cost of living and then there's CPI. I'd go by cost of living. The same one that Social Security uses and.
Oh, I hope you don't tie to Social Security. I'll never get a
Pardon?
raise. Yeah, I hope you don't tie to Social Security. That's a tough one.
It does complicate, we would have to make calculations year
Yeah.
over year. It's better if you can do it to define the number now. That's the
Okay.
spirit of
I'll
this.
drop it, but
Yeah.
if
Yeah.
inflation goes up higher, then this could be a negative.
I'll say to Councilmember Kaladjarovich, the reason why I initially started with 2.5 is just thinking about the numbers. I don't have them written down, that we offer different groups. We had in the second and third years, numbers ranging from 1 to 3.
Right.
And so I landed at 2.5 and that it was on the higher side, but it wasn't at the top side. So I didn't want to,
It shows an appreciation, but it doesn't show, because it is, a healthy salary. Even if there's a lot of work, the average person that even lives in Redondo Beach does not make this kind of money. And it's a special skill set, right? So they're representing the city, as you mentioned, in litigation, everything that's involved. Would a partner at a law firm make this? Probably not. They'd probably make a lot more money.
A lot more.
So, but
it is public service.
but it is public service, and there's also a pension that's tied to it. So let's understand
And
that as well too.
healthcare.
And healthcare. Well, there is in private sector as well too, so.
They pay for it.
Right, so, I think it's a nice compromise. But, I'll go with what the majority would like, but I think it's still a good compromise, and it's not completely keeping up with inflation, but it's still a good pay
So
salary.
are you sticking with the original motion, or are you proposing?
Do we have consensus on this? I mean, I'd like to get 4 people on board.
I'm fine either way, so whatever you guys decide. Half a percent is not going to make or break
I
this.
mean, I'm more comfortable with the other one, keeping up with inflation and
Right.
that, but
I'm good with consensus. I'm happy to go with the 3%. If you guys want to do something different, fine. But, yeah.
Okay, so let's just keep it the same.
All right.
I heard
Okay, so we're keeping your original motion.
original motion.
Okay.
As shown on the screen.
With that, we'll open it up to the public. Anybody from the public wishing to address this item? Okay, anybody online?
No Zoom, however, I have 4 e-comments and they oppose.
Okay, I'm calling the vote then. All 4?
Hold on, I got a question I want to get clarification on, or comment that Councilmember Baji made. I don't want Councilmember Baji to speak for Councilmember Barrett. I think you should, as a lawyer, you should say you don't have Councilmember Baji speak for you if you're going to be planning on running or not. Yeah, that's the question. Do you plan on running?
Well, are you yielding the floor to me?
A what?
Are you yielding the floor to me?
Yes.
I am not.
Okay.
Okay, so calling the vote. All 4?
No.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
No.
Okay, 4 to 1. Okay, so we're dropping down to city manager items. Anything, City Manager Witsansky?
Yes, just a couple of calendaring items. We will be off next week, as the council knows, much needed break. We've had 7 meetings in a row. We will be back first meeting in August on Tuesday, the 3rd. That evening, we will be discussing, September, pardon me. September the 3rd, we will be discussing street sweeping enforcement. That will be one of the main topics. There will be other discussion items, I'm sure, so gear up for that. And then the 10th, we have coalesced around the September 10th meeting night being a strategic planning meeting night. We have procured, we should say we have selected a facilitator. She'll be joining us. She's with LRI Leading Resources, who is part of Eric Douglas's firm. Met with her last week. I think she'll do a great job for us. She assisted the school district recently as well. And we'll have a contract for you for consideration next Tuesday. What I'm hoping that you can all do is be available kind of mid-afternoon as a start time. We'll finalize exact times as we get closer and understand whether or not we have some obligatory closed session items that evening as well. But otherwise, I think we're targeting a kind of sort of a 2:30, 3 o'clock start that afternoon with a session that would then lead into the evening that would culminate hopefully at a reasonable hour.
This
So
Tuesday.
that's the 10th of September.
Did you say there would also be besides potentially a closed session, an open session?
Potentially, if we have any items that are obligatory, if ideally it'd be a night where we could take an evening off. We haven't had that luxury in quite some time, so we've got to stay on standby for that. But for now, the substance of the evening will be that strategic planning session on the 10th. So please mark your calendars accordingly, and then we'll be back at our regular meeting on the 17th. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Okay, going to mayor and council items, item P1, discussion and possible direction to staff regarding chronically vacant commercial and residential properties that add to blight and nuisance in the community.
This was a council, thank you, Mayor. This was a council referral to staff, and I'll have Ms. Ford give the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Joy Ford, Quality of Life Prosecutor. Tonight, we are going to discuss chronically vacant commercial and residential properties that add to blight and nuisance in the community. What I did for you tonight was go through code enforcement's case management system and pulled up any cases in the last 3 years that had the term abandoned or vacant in it. And I wanted to show you a sample of those cases that we have code enforcement working on. The first example we have is a property that was actually brought to compliance. On the left, you can see the before pictures, both the front yard and the backyard with overgrown weeds and noxious weeds. And then to the right, the second picture in the middle there is the backyard. And the last picture is the front yard where you see that the weeds have been cut and the property is now for sale. So this would be a case where the property owner voluntarily brought the property to compliance. And honestly speaking, the front before picture is probably not something I could prosecute as overgrown or noxious weeds. Nevertheless, the property owner did cut the grass there. The next example I have for you would be a pending case that code enforcement is working on with the property owner of overgrown weeds. Again, this is one of the cases that has been reported as either abandoned or vacant, and the property owner is working with code enforcement to bring this property to compliance based on the overgrown weeds. The next example is a property that code enforcement has placed on their watch list. And what that means is a property that gets multiple reports over time because the property owner will bring the property to compliance, and then the lawn will grow again, and then there's overgrown weeds again. So it has been on their watch list for some time, and whenever it comes out of compliance, we'll receive a report from neighboring residents about the appearance of the property, and then code enforcement will contact the property owner to bring it back to compliance. This is an example of a commercial property that is on the watch list. As it stands, there are no violations of our municipal code. Now there is a picture of some trash on the top right corner that the property owner is working with code enforcement to remove, but other than that, there are no violations to our municipal code. And this particular property has been on code enforcement's watch list since at least 2016. And I do want to point out, back in 2016, this property had these torn awnings on top of the roof. Now, those awnings are not in violation of our municipal code. However, we were able to work with the property owner to get them removed. And so the picture on the right is what that property looks without those awnings because the property owner removed them, despite it not being a violation. Attached to your report are ordinances from the cities of Torrance and Manhattan Beach, and I did reach out to them. Torrance stated that they have not prosecuted anyone pursuant to their ordinance, and no current employees are utilizing the Torrance ordinance, although it is a very well-drafted ordinance. Manhattan Beach stated that they do utilize the statement of intent, and what that is that they require property owners with vacant properties to submit a plan to rehabilitate the property, but they have not prosecuted anyone for violating that requirement. But they did say that the city is prepared to do so when necessary. If the council wishes to adopt a similar ordinance, we would recommend that at a minimum, that ordinance has definitions, registration requirements, a monthly or annual registration fee, who would be in charge of the enforcement, and what those violations or penalties would be for not complying with the registration requirements or the fee. Other considerations council can take in an ordinance would be that statement of intent to rehabilitate, as I mentioned earlier. And you can consider maintenance and security requirements, although that might be duplicative of what we already have in our municipal code. And I will turn it over to you. I'm happy to answer questions.
And if I may, this is a policy call for the council, what to put into law and for enforcement and prosecution. The vast majority of complaints about abandoned or vacant buildings have ancillary complaints that our code already covers, and that code enforcement, I think, 70% after they get contacted by code enforcement voluntarily complies. If the council wishes to make that a priority, it's like my constant iteration, it only matters if it's enforced. And the question for you is this something you want to add an additional law for your code enforcement to enforce? As many of you have mentioned, there aren't existing laws that some of you feel are being enforced enough. You've all received different emails about different type of, like hedges, that sort of thing. But it's a policy call for you. And the other thing is, and Ms. Ford also mentioned in the staff report, you could do a storefront improvement program or something similar. We have what is known as, and this was set up by Councilmember Horvath back in the day, we have the Good Deeds Fund. And that was funded. There was a case where a person died intestate. It was an overgrown, a lot of problems with the issues. Ms. Ford got an order. The city staff cleaned up the property, abated it, and then she was made executor of that person's estate. And we fully recovered the cost that the city took in abating the program. And Ms. Ford received a executor's fee, but she didn't get to keep that. The city took it. And we, with the council, came to the council and put it in that Good Deeds Fund. And we use that because we sometimes have hoarders in the city or who, for whatever reason, can't clean up the property or abate the nuisances on their own. And so we use that fund that we suggest and the council created to be able to abate it. So it's good for the neighbors. They don't want to see their neighbor prosecuted and convicted, and the person probably even then would have trouble in complying. And instead, we've used that. We've had cooperation with volunteer groups or local church groups that have come in and helped abate a nuisance. And so it is totally up to the six of you whether you want to pass a law, whether you want code enforcement to enforce the law, whether you want us to prosecute the law once it gets to us and if it meets the criteria. But all of you can think of laws that were passed initially, and then we started receiving, or you started receiving emails from people who felt it was unfair enforcing the laws in those situations, and you would send that to, city manager, hey, is this the best, is prosecuting the best outcome? So I would say, I think it's a fair assumption that if you could turn back the clock 2 years, you probably might have spent more time looking at the pitfalls of instant runoff voting. This is a time to examine whether you want to go down this step. And if you do, we will absolutely, draft an ordinance if we know what you want in it, and we'll enforce it if code enforcement brings us those cases. So
We're
with
looking
that,
for direction on whether to establish an ordinance.
and what exactly you'd like to see in the ordinance that this covers, because most cases, there are ancillary, that it's vacant, there are ancillary concerns that the complaining parties has. And the pro for the ordinance, I think, in my mind, is a lot of times person complies until they don't. And code enforcement has to go out multiple times. The neighbors have to, suffer through that. But what exactly are you going to put in the ordinance? And is the city fully compliant with some of its buildings? So just all things to think through. But we are looking for direction. This was a referral to staff, or actually, we're not looking for anything. We just, you wanted to report, and if you want to give us further direction, we stand by waiting.
Thank you. If I may ask a couple questions. So you cited on several of those that those weren't true court. There was no violation that you could prosecute on.
Correct.
So we could craft the ordinance to cover those situations, or?
It depends on what you state, what the violation would be.
So you could have it not filing a statement of intent. You could force people to file a statement of intent. You could, it's
Right.
your thing. It depends on
Right.
what violation you're trying to.
Seems like in a couple of those cases, there was nothing we could cite, at least try them for, right?
Correct. And the answer is, then what problem are you trying to solve?
Well, because they looked bad.
Well, see, that's an age-old, you could put in standards such as paint standards. You could have all sorts of standards. Now, the problem is, how much of it is personal preference? Do you really have a code enforcement that is large enough to enforce those? Because it's
Yeah,
not.
I understand. I'm just asking
Yeah,
very basic question.
Yeah, it's,
So
you can do that. And that's the purpose of it is, okay, we think that should be illegal, even though there aren't any of the weeds or other sections that you want to.
And if we write this code or ordinance
Well, yeah,
and the city violates it, what happens then?
we'll have to see what you write. I don't want to answer a hypothetical. I assume you may. Well, I assume that you'll exempt the city from it.
Okay.
Any number, we'll write it if you tell us what specifically you want to accomplish. And that's what we gave Manhattan Beach and Torrance. They have well-written ordinances, but they're not using them.
Yeah.
And so passing an ordinance, you really need to know what problem do you want to resolve to make it illegal so that somebody can be prosecuted.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
So after I got elected on campaigns of anti-blight and so on and so forth, and then when I got elected and started to look at it, and we walked obviously Artesia Boulevard, we looked at problems on there, we started to enforce. But then I talked to residents about it in my community meetings, hey, how much do you want to do this in the commercial areas? Yes, absolutely. Clean up Artesia Boulevard. How much do you want to do this in the residential areas? No, do not do that. Oh, why? Because you don't know, and this isn't so much for vacant properties as much as just any property that's kind of blighted in the residential. You don't know who's living there, what resources they have, how old they are, what disabilities they may have, and they may not be able to do anything about it. I realize vacant properties are a totally different story. And it does, it doesn't seem from the staff report, thank you, Ms. Ford, it does seem like, while we don't have the same exact ordinances as the other cities, code enforcement, quality of life has done a good job in addressing those properties that people have complained about. And I'm happy to see that. So I wouldn't be so inclined to pass any more laws for our residential zones right now. But what I wonder about is, I don't know that this is a problem right now because there's been a lot of activity on Artesia Boulevard, but there was a point in time where there were just vacant commercial buildings or buildings that are just not being used by the property owners and they're leaving them vacant. And that's causing a problem in this economic corridor we're trying to get stimulated and get activity to. So is this something that we could use in a in the commercial sector as well?
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead. You could. Matter of fact, if you want to put that picture up, I believe that's on Artesia, the one with the awnings. And so so we were able to address that and make some accommodations. And you could, and you could put, if we knew that's what you were trying to correct, we could limit it to commercial properties. There are, reasons why someone may leave a store vacant. Some owners may be hoping for the revitalization of Artesia or the zoning of it before they do it. They don't want to get rid of the property because it's not worth as much as it's going to be. And there are competing things. But the one thing, since you got elected on that pledge, the one thing that absolutely has made a huge difference is that you passed all the additional code enforcement officers. So we truly have a quality of life team. And years ago, we didn't have anything. And Ms. Ford was the first quality of life person. And now there's a full team around her. And that has made a huge difference. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And we had rundown commercial on Torrance, that old car wash that had to keep going in.
And eventually we corrected it because it wasn't a nuisance. And then they slipped up. And so it was a nuisance during my first term. It was Councilmember Brand's initial, what he was running for. And we would have code enforcement go out periodically. And when it finally slipped over into nuisance territory, we filed a criminal action. That's also the story, and it was abated. Now, it's also the story, be careful what you wish for, because the way it got abated was the owner forced his new renters to abate the nuisance, and they did so they could build a new car wash, which the neighbors hated more than the abandoned car wash. So that is very much, and then we got a suit over the approval of the new car wash. So we got sued there. So you have to be careful of the unintended consequences. If you force something out, you may not like what necessarily.
PCH certainly has abandoned storefronts right now.
Our commercial corridors, PCH, Torrance, you name it. So I'd be in favor of that, but that's all I have to say.
Is it more registration, and if failure to register, you can, it could be a misdemeanor and that there'd be a fee for that registration? Is that the sort of?
Is that basically what is that what you recommend if we have vacant properties that are essentially creating a black hole?
I don't recommend anything. I just want to know what problem you're trying to accomplish, trying to correct, and then we'll come up with an ordinance that you can review to meet those goals. But this was an entirely council-driven, referral, so you tell me what the end goals of any ordinance that we
Let's
return
hear
with.
From everybody else.
Yep. Councilmember Keller-Jarovich.
Yeah, I understand that we have community members noticing blight in the area. And I genuinely feel like nobody wants to see that. But again, the circumstances of why that is does play a role into how you address it. I'm curious to hear what the other council members say on this, but I also wanted to let everyone know, well, one, based on the staff report, 70% of the issues that were brought up have been resolved through code enforcement. And I think
70, 80?
70.
70, right. that's what
Yeah,
I-
70%. And I think that's significant. So we make a lot of progress with the laws that we have on the books. Also, I got an email from a resident who she organizes a program called Coastline Cares and contacted me because this is a volunteer program and they are looking to help residents who may be disabled or elderly who have unkept yards or small fixes they need in their homes to help them do those things. So,
Joyce Kelly?
yeah.
Yeah,
Resident Cares?
She came to Councilmember Barron's community meeting, Coastline Covenant Church.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think things like that and teaming up, connecting her with our quality of life department, I think we can address even more. But I'll yield the floor.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I think it's beyond blight and reduced property values that is a reason for this. I think it also is public health. Because you're dealing with some of these places, they have overgrown vegetation that shelters everything from rats to, varmints, whatever you want to call them. And I've seen it in my neighborhood. So also you have kids that, will play around abandoned places or, whether it's piles of wood, other things, mosquitoes. These are all, it's beyond just, hey, this doesn't look good. It's a matter of public health, and some of these things need to be kept up.
What I would say is we already have
Have those
laws.
things,
and
right.
So what we're looking for is if there's something that our laws don't cover,
right.
What is it you wish to cover? Because we already would
I just wanted
have-
to I just wanted to draw attention to a comment that was made earlier.
Okay, well,
That's the
yeah,
only reason.
and that's what I was saying, and
Yeah.
just the complaints usually come along with those, and they use the existing tools you've given them to complete them. If there's an omission that you want to correct, just be as specific as possible of what you want, what problem you're seeking to correct.
The only question I have is, and I would agree with Councilmember Rabaji in terms of commercial. What if sometimes the vacancy or dereliction is caused by us, such as, for example, permitting? And we've seen this on Torrance Boulevard, where it took a long time to get permitting. The owner doesn't have time to maintain or the ability and money to maintain the property while it's kept up by the city. It could be a year's delay. It could be other things. It could be coastal commission delay, right? So what do we do in a case like that?
That's what I was hinting at, except maybe in a more positive view. Hey, as soon as you improve the Artesia corridor, then we can fix up the building. But there's also the problem with what if the city rules or the coastal commission rules are in the way? And it's good to think all of this at the front end instead of, hey, I got a notice today, code enforcement told me to do stuff, or hey, I got a notice that I have a criminal misdemeanor against me, and this is so unfair because of, A through Z. You should think it through now.
So I think that we have to really think through that because it's definitely the law of unintended consequences where we're doing that, and we could be the ones at fault. So that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Light. So how many requests are we talking about here? 5, 10, 15, 100?
An average of 15 a year.
15 years. So we get 70% of those taken care of in the course of a year, 6 months-ish.
It varies. It depends.
So we're not talking about 50 or 60 properties all over the place of the city. We're talking about a very small, very focused problem. I think a lot of the problems that whenever I've had to move this forward with is we've been able to deal with it with fire issues, with overgrown weeds, health and safety issues regarding animals that are living in the area, fire if the place still had power and was falling apart, unlivable, you can condemn the property. If vagrancy was an issue, somebody was breaking and entering and living there, I've had that issue to deal with before. So I agree, the commercial property is only the one area that I could possibly see us going down the path of. I've had a property on Avenue B in PCH that everyone knows about, and I've called the owner a million times. I think they finally got the message, they really cleaned it up. I think I know who they're leasing to. And I think, I didn't see anything in this Torrance and Manhattan Beach that really gave us teeth moving forward. And that's the problem I saw here with this. I mean, Manhattan Beach had some items here, but it seemed like a lot of this we could deal with on health and safety issues and fire issues, right?
Yeah, the health and the related issues that you're talking about, we have laws that address that, and we do address it. But if the vacant property keeps repeating it, or just the mere fact of the vacant property being vacant is a problem that we don't have something to address, and you have to decide, those tools, you had to file a statement of interest. Failing to file the statement of interest was a crime. But to your point, it's not a large number, and you have to decide where you want city staff's focus be.
So we have an ordinance that states if the property is vacant and either uninhabitable or uninhabited, then we mandate a locked, secure fence around the whole property.
We already require that it must be secured.
Secured.
Well,
Yeah, so I mean, I don't see, this came in my community meeting, someone actually talked about this last night, and I was like, wow, amazing, okay, you brought it up, and I've been dealing with a couple properties now I'm moving forward with, but they're all getting resolved. So I don't see the commercial property is the only thing I could see, and that's an owner who has very wealthy, obviously, if you're owning a property. There is actually one other residential property, but it's not become a problem. So I just don't see this having to have to move forward. If it's ability to force the security of the property, health and safety issues, fire issues. Only other issue I see here is fees and fines.
I think that it's people who complain about it, and I expect you'll hear from at least one, the legal standard is different from what they see as overgrown weeds. So Ms. Ford used the example of the front yard not being able to prosecute, but it was unsightly. And so some people could see that as attracting vermin and everything else, even if there's nothing that code enforcement discovers in their investigation. So just trying to get both sides.
I don't see us moving forward with any type of ordinance here or addition to this. I welcome the conversation, but I think there's plenty of tools that we have in our toolbox right now. Thank you.
Okay, let's hear from the public. I have a card, Jim Mueller, and that's the only card I have, so.
Yes, I come before you once again, about vacant properties, and I thank you for listening to me and thank the attorney and his office for their report. But the cities of Torrance and Manhattan Beach instituted a vacant property ordinance for a reason. And it's because there are a lot of vacant properties. And not only that, but there are chronically vacant properties. In fact, 2 of the properties that Ms. Ford showed have been vacant for more than a decade. The one house that she showed that looked kind of gray is right 3 doors down from me, which is the reason I brought this up in the first place 2 years ago. It's been vacant for 12 years, and the people won't move on it. They've had several offers for people to develop it, but they won't. It just sits there as a derelict property that brings down the value of the entire neighborhood. Now, I read the attorney's report carefully, and so at the present time, there is a significant vacancy rate in Redondo Beach and in every town. And the state has estimated the vacancy rate in Redondo Beach to be about as much as 7%. So there are vacant properties. Now, not all those vacant properties are properties that have been vacant forever. Some of them are in transition, and you can understand that. In fact, the code that I proposed, which is in your blue folder, says that we don't really consider a chronically vacant house until it's been vacant for at least 2 years. So I'm not trying to penalize people for just having a vacant property while they're trying to sell it or what have you. Also, what are the reasons people may let properties sit around? Well, for one of the things, most of these vacant properties have very low property tax and maintenance costs. And so selling, in addition to that, they are increasing in value. So there's not a great incentive to move on it. Also, selling real estate can be a complicated bureaucratic process and with tax implications. And some people just find that overwhelming. And so they procrastinate. And the owners don't live, generally, the owners do not live in Redondo Beach. They live in somewhere else. So they don't care about the city. They don't have an interest in the city. They just sit on the property. And many of them are just procrastinating. Third, the attorney's report mentions the costs of a new code, but there's no mention of the benefits. So in the blue folder, I put in an analysis of the possible financial benefits to the city of addressing these vacant properties.
Second.
And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer it about that. They include increased property taxes, sales tax, and state education revenue. Fourth, the city's attorney report says enforcement action is triggered by complaints, implying that there have been only a few complaints, and most of them from me. Well, people may not have complained to authorities, but they have complained to me when they find out I'm pursuing this issue. Also, Redondo Beach has a high population of renters who may not be interested in complaining about anything. People who may have complained in the past soon find out, as I have, that nothing will be done about the condition they're complaining about unless it's outrageously offensive. And related to that, I would like to know what appeal process there is for code enforcement decisions, which the enforcement people seem to think are final. Fifth, the attorney's report states that the property owners may object to being told what to do with their property. Well, if that's a big problem, that would be a big problem, then the entire code is
Okay,
open to
Mr. Mueller,
question.
your time is up. I apologize.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. God, it'd be great if we had someone here who knew something about real estate. At any rate, I think it's more important to focus on commercial, as what Councilmember Abaji and Niran have both said. That's where you're probably going to have the biggest impact because, frankly, underperforming properties aren't generating tax revenue. So, especially in the commercial areas, the one you mentioned on Avenue B, we've been talking about that for 10 years now, I think. One thing is Mr. Mueller said too, there are large groups of people who talk to these owners all the time. There are people like me who drive around, see a property, it looks derelict, give a call. I have an app on my phone. I can find out usually the phone number, address, and where the owner of that property lives. Give them a call. They go, great. Thanks for telling me my property is worth $3 million, but you know what? I'm going to get destroyed on capital gains taxes because I don't have another property to roll it into. A lot of these properties are held in trust for people from out of state, and essentially until someone dies, they're not going to try to liquidate the property. So having some way to enforce the improvement of it makes some sense. I think that does work out well. With regard to residential, as I mentioned earlier, I can tell you that in any property that you have that you've seen and had a complaint about, there's not one, there's not two, probably 50 realtors that have driven by, looked at that property, contacted the owner and asked them what they do on the property. I know I have. I had a house that I sold in the Hollywood Riviera a little over a year ago. Kind of a messed up house, weeds just high in the front. It's been there like that way for 4 years. Walked through the house, it was a hoarder house. Couldn't walk inside the whole thing. So trust me when I say there's a lot of people that are looking at those already. So for residential enforcement, I guarantee you're getting a lot of people already looking at it right now. And if you want to know how many in the Southfield Association of Realtors, there's over 5,000 agents who are driving around streets right now looking for properties that may be able to do a flip on or a transaction on. So I think it's more important to focus on commercial. I think it has the best bang for the buck. And there are some properties like you mentioned on Artesia Boulevard. Remember the market, what's it now called? That food place that was empty for years. It's a part of Rite Aid now, the one market. That building was empty for how many years? I can't remember what it was now. Can't remember the name of the store.
You mean the
but
one that's
food.
where Denny's?
No, that food place. It was.
Food for Less.
Yeah, it was the one food place.
Albertsons,
Yeah, the old
grocery outlet.
Albertsons,
Yes.
Lucky, and,
Yeah, it was empty for how many years? And it looked like hell, sorry. It looked really, really bad.
Good 5-6 years at least.
Yeah, exactly. So, doing commercial ordinance makes a heck of a lot more sense, and it'll be easy to do. A lot of and with the point that Councilmember Kalajerovich made, but you don't know the situations like these residential homes. Group I'm with, the Redondo Beach Elks, we actually have a whole group that actually helps our members who are maybe unable to do repairs in their homes and fix things up on a regular basis. So there's a lot of groups that are trying to help people out like that. And anyway, those things are going to be addressed that way. Focus on commercial. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience? Anybody online? Okay, I got no speaker requests, or we just letting this thing die?
I'm thinking letting it die. I mean, I am definitely going to look into what Mr. Mueller brought forward, but I don't, since he's going moving forward or anything.
Okay.
Motion to receive and file.
No will on the council to move forward.
Motion to receive and file. Report.
Second.
Yeah.
Okay, motion and a second, all for it?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, let's see, mayor and council referrals to staff. Councilmember Narenheim.
I actually have a couple. They'll go quick. I don't want to steal the mayor's thunder, but it is something that he put forward, and that's the harbor commercial plan. And it's a commercial plan that he sent out. I talked with him about it. He sent all the council members. It's actually fantastic. He's really updated it. And I would like to make a motion to send the updated harbor commercial plan to the Harbor Commission immediately. When do you want that, Mr. Mayor? In September, October, November?
It's up to the web.
Staff, okay.
They've got Seaside Lagoon in September, I believe, so probably
I don't
not
want to put a
until-
deadline on it, but,
Okay.
Okay.
I'll second it.
But before we do that, could I have an opportunity to provide comments before
Yes,
we send it
yes.
out?
Yeah, you can comment whenever you want.
Okay, before it goes to the Harbor Commission?
Yeah.
Yeah?
If you comment quickly.
Well, that's the thing.
Well,
I mean,
before October?
October, before October?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could comment before
Okay.
October.
Go team.
It will have to come back to us,
Yeah.
so.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I'll call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, thank you.
And then I'd like to make a motion for discussion, possible action, authorize staff and city clerk to request certification of star voting, both directly and via the county as provided by the state of California. And as per the ordinance, example ordinance that I provided on resolution number, excuse me, I provided in, was it the first meeting in August. Yeah. No, what I provided in the first meeting, I put it in the blue folder.
And if I could, Mayor, if I may. So my only concern on that is we're not going to have another election for like 2 years. And so why bring it in August? This thing is still.
No, I'm not saying in August. I'm saying bring it up, put it on the calendar, get it on this, on the plan moving forward, so we can, when it comes, strategic plan comes around, we can look at it and say prioritize. And 2 years sounds like a long time, but it might take 6 months, 8 months to go through the process.
Okay, we have so much going on, and we've talked this thing pretty hard the last month, and it's still kind of a maturing process. My recommendation would be let's wait on digging into star voting, because it's not time sensitive, and we have a lot of other stuff, and the landscape's changing.
Debate the issue too much here.
My thing is real simple. I don't want to be, 2 years comes quickly. It takes time to go through this process. So let's just start the process, start discussion, direct staff, and then see how long it takes. It might take a year and a half.
I don't have anything to add to what I said.
Yeah. So I don't think there's any harm in having a discussion on this, so putting on a plan.
I would favor putting it on a strategic plan for a date after this next municipal election, so after we see how it goes under RCV. So I just.
It's a good point.
Not second your thing right now, but put it on the strategic plan when it comes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it.
Okay,
No, thank you.
Councilmember Jarovich.
Yes, I'd like to make a referral to agendize a discussion sometime before the new cohort of commissioners are sworn in, to just discuss our policies regarding attendance. We have that before they begin. I know that's ambitious, but.
And they use their emails. I would like to add that. If you add and the user emails and training upon that as amendment, I will second that.
May I ask a point of clarification? Attendance to include unexcused absences, when to declare vacant,
Reporting.
whether to excuse, how often do we get reports, notice, et cetera, the full
Put it in the
penalty?
entire discussion, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
I'm sorry, I missed the date.
September 30th?
They get,
No,
that's when the
Just
term ends.
October.
they get sworn in September, the last meeting in September.
Which is currently the
So it would be-
17th.
And
Correct.
you won't have, your choices are the 3rd
Ugh.
or the 17th. Well, the 10th is strategic plan.
When are,
Can we
when
do
are the
it-
mayor's appointments due?
He needs to make them in September.
Can we do it early in October? That, I just don't want it to get so far out that
It
we're
would be,
implementing policies.
it would be more feasible sometime in October.
Here's the thing.
I'm agreeable. I just think this is something that we need to address.
It is, and I think it's absolutely a worthwhile policy discussion. We do have a pretty robust general plan calendar in October.
You don't say.
And early November. We might be able to fit this sort of policy discussion inside of that, maybe the 2nd or 3rd meeting in October potentially. But I do not see us having bandwidth in
And just
September.
to further complicate it, we have a number of items that
have some charter items,
my
yeah.
office has worked on. And we've been waiting for opportunities for holes to appear in the agenda, and they never appear. So I'm a short timer. I'm just going to be dumping them on agendas. So count on some very late nights.
So
And we have also a lot of election charter amendments coming up, and I'm calling the election in October,
yes,
just FYI, and nominations start.
I hear that you are all very busy. I am going to volunteer to do it. I will be on a subcommittee to discuss this and come up with some policies to expedite this discussion. And I'm happy to have it later.
It's not that, the point, not that we're very busy, it's that you're
Calendar.
soon to be much busier.
You mean
I
our
don't know how that's
7
possible, seeing
consecutive
as this is the
meetings?
8th council meeting in a row, I think.
And that's the scary part.
it's
That's
only a
while,
4.
that's while the city manager has been doing yeoman's work in managing the calendar. And now we're no longer going to have that option. We're just going to have to, if I'm involved in it, we're just going to have to dump it on your plate because I'm not going to be here. You can continue it till after April and the new person will not have worked on it.
If
So
you give us a little flexibility,
I can give flexibility.
maybe
till
not date
December.
certain, which
Okay.
probably will
And
push
pick
it.
a Brown Act partner offline.
And I'll help too.
Fantastic. it's a team effort. I love it. Let's do it.
I agree. I mean, we've got 2
I'll
years
second.
worth of data with people that we should have been following the charter and we did
it's-
nothing.
Absolutely.
Mainly because
We
you don't
didn't
have the
know.
insight.
Yeah, because we didn't know.
Yeah, I don't think the item itself will take a lot. I just think that it wasn't it probably won't be done but in time for the 3rd, which it would be next Friday. And you're taking my closed session meeting for your strategic plan. And then the 17th is
Several items.
the only other item before, the only other meeting.
If
Unless
we
you
can
wanna
get
have a
it done
meeting
before the end of the
24th.
year, let's just shoot for that.
Say it again?
Before the end of the year.
And we'll come with recommendations
Possible.
and a briefing, so you don't have to do any work.
All right.
This is,
I'm not
I
gonna
mean,
put
I
a
don't want to
date on it.
overstate it. It's
just-
going to be a very busy fall.
Yes.
I mean, and not just the items we just
It
mentioned. but
wasn't a busy summer.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a quiet summer, and it wasn't. You've got multiple charter items you've got to start tackling well before the March deadline. You've got election items for next March that you're scheduled to consider. We just got through ranked choice voting. You've
We have
got
a
city
potential January
treasurer,
or
you've got
February
clerk
elections.
position, you've got several
Okay.
ballot
I
measures.
think we got it.
We got it, we got
I
it,
get
we
it.
understand.
It's on the list, way down on the list.
So did we
got
get a
it.
second?
I'm just trying to save us all from ourselves.
Okay, so we have a second, all four?
Great. I do have one more referral, promise. Referral to staff, and I know this, I'm putting this on the next meeting because it's coming up, but just to discuss briefly, because I think it will be brief, budget modification designating the King's 5K as a signature event.
I'm going to say no on that. We can work together on that. I will give you, I actually owe the city manager an email on that.
I'll second it, at least to bring it up.
So it's a discussion item, so it's a two-step process. So discussion,
The signature or exempt?
well,
Or
it
is that what
becomes
that is?
whether or not to subsidize.
Signature becomes
Okay,
exempt.
got
The discussion becomes whether or not to direct us ultimately to prepare a budget modification resolution to subsidize the event. But that will have to occur over two steps.
Which event?
The King's 5K.
Oh. Okay, we have a motion and a second, all four.
Aye.
Aye.
No,
All opposed?
no.
And 4-1. Anything
Yep,
else?
I'm done, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
No referrals, so just a clarification, because I must have been out to lunch in my mind. But strategic planning will now be on the 10th. We will not have a meeting next week.
There is no meeting next week. That part was the first part of the announcements. We are dark next week for the
Alright.
first time in 7 weeks.
Awesome.
Or 8
And
weeks.
then my wife's going to be very happy about that. And speaking of the Kings, where's the mural that's supposed to go at the skate park? Is that was funded? That was approved? I don't see them painting.
There's
There's a long backstory to that.
But remember, the council approved the mural. The King's equation on that is no longer a factor. The mural that you selected did not have the King's motif
Right.
part of it. There's a consulting services agreement, I believe. They're selecting paints. There's some indemnity issues. The artist is struggling to provide liability insurance.
The
There's two
King's
things.
money isn't needed because the artist bill came in under the appropriated
We had enough funding.
arts funding.
Cool.
But we're not getting insurance. I think we just did. The artist is now asking community services for legal advice. So that's being delayed, completely unrelated to the Kings.
Well, for what it's worth, I see dads like training their kids there, and it'd be awesome if there was a mural there. So
We're
Okay,
working on
anything
it.
else?
We're working on it.
no, nothing else.
Keep going. Anything else?
No.
Okay, Councilmember Barron.
Clearly.
And nothing from me. City Attorney Webb, I think you wanted to adjourn in.
Yes, if we can adjourn in the memory of Kenton Moore, who all of you have met in closed session. He was a partner with McCune Harbor, a partner of 27 years. He was representing the city before I got elected 19 years ago. No indication of all of health problems. And a week ago Sunday, he passed away in his sleep from a heart attack.
Oh.
And everyone who knows him is in shock. I think the best description could be all the outpouring of sympathy from everyone he worked with in the city and other departments, such as Diane Strickfan, and she dealt with him here and then 2 other cities before she came here. Mike Klein, they all worked with him on depots in cases he was defending their departments in, and he was just a great guy, great sense of humor, and it was really a shock.
What was
So
his approximate age?
I think it was 67 was what was reported by one person at his firm. I think, I would guess early, he was about 2 years behind me in school, and I'm 62, so he's not someone you expected to lose too early. So we could adjourn his memory. I'd appreciate it.
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Second.
All 4?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're adjourned to September 3rd.